So this is my Dallas corner of Dallas stuff.
Do you have a preference in terms of order pieces where?
That matters not at all. And you guys are introducing yourselves. I'm not reading your bios. So
Let's do it.
yeah, this is weird not to have an audience today.
I know we have some of our members who are joining.
No, it's not even that. I'm just used to the.
I know. Virtually, we'll have an audience virtually.
Let's go.
We're ready.
All right, we're live. Cool.
You can use mine. Well, I use notes. Still. Oh, that's what's wrong with me.
You what now?
We good?
Thursday, panel
Let's
one.
go.
Yes.
I think our mics are hot already.
Oh.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Holistic Climate Solutions Summit, hosted here at the Tsuji Center for Compassionate Relief. I'm delighted to be bringing you our next session, which is the Zero Solution, getting to actual zero anthropogenic emissions of greenhouse gases with the Vision for Equitable Climate Action Framework. And with us is an illustrious panel of speakers from the U.S. Climate Action Network that I will leave to our moderator, Dallas Conyers, to introduce. So over to you, Dallas.
Thank you, Steve. And thank you, everyone out there joining us. We are delighted to have you, and we are so happy you tuned in to hear about the Vision for Equitable Climate Action. This is a policy platform developed by the U.S. CAN member networks. U.S. CAN stands for United States Climate Action Network. It is one of the largest networks involved in climate justice and environmental justice within the United States, and it is affiliated with Climate Action Network International. So we have a lot to say. There's been a lot of hard work put into this, and I hope you enjoy it. To introduce our panel, I'll start with the lovely lady sitting next to me. Tell us about yourself.
Thank you. It's such a joy and privilege to be with you all, and thank you for Tsuji Foundation for creating this space and for this dialogue, and for Reverend Conyers for inviting us. My name is Elizabeth Chanhe, or Liz Lee, with United Women in Faith. I serve as a director of mobilization and advocacy, and most recently working on our climate justice lead.
Hey folks, I'm Mara Dolan. I use she, her pronouns. I'm with the Women's Environment Development Organization, or WEDO for short. And we are a global advocacy organization that focuses on the intersection of gender, climate, and environmental justice. And we do a lot of work in the global space, which I'm going to talk about more here. But I'm here as our US program manager, sort of connecting those dots between US movements and US climate work with folks sitting next to me, and many of the global spaces we're in. And it's really, really lovely to be here.
Great. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for being here. My name is Tim Judson, and I'm the Executive Director of the Nuclear Information and Resource Service. We're a small national organization that was founded in 1978 to be kind of a resource for grassroots organizations and communities that are impacted by nuclear power and radioactive waste. And that's sort of one of the lenses that we come to the climate conversation with. We've been a member of US CAN since 2016.
And I'm Reverend Dallas Conyers. I work for the Southeast Climate and Energy Network, and I'm also this year's international liaison for the United States Climate Action Network. Liz, you wanted to add something here?
Yes, if I can just add a little bit about our organization as well. So United Women in Faith was formerly known as United Methodist Women. We're an 800,000 member-based organization in the United States, mobilizing women, faith, hope, love, and action on behalf of women, children, and youth around the world. And we're really excited because we are also a member of U.S. Climate Action Network and bringing that faith voice.
Thank you, and thank you for everyone for presenting yourselves. If you've noticed, there's a great diversity of work and representation just on this panel alone, and we're going to get into this magnificent document that details the insights and the motivations between so many voices, and it just represents entire communities, not just one central community. So thank you. But before we go there, we want you guys to get engaged. That's right. You out there in Zoom land, you here in the building, we need you to pick up your phones. We need you to go into your next web browser, and we need you to go to menti.com. That is M as in M&M, E as in Edward, N as in Nancy, T as in Thomas, and I as in Indigo, because I can't think of another I word. Menti.com. And we need you to enter in the numbers. Oh, that's okay. 3330-3767. Again, you're going to menti.com and you're entering the numbers 3330-3767. Or you could use the handy dandy QR code that is very nicely displayed on our screen. The reason why we want you to do this is because we still want your voice and participation, because that is what the VECA document is all about, and that is what this panel is all about. So, everybody ready? We in? We in. All right. So let's do these word clouds. So for your first word cloud question, what kind of community, city, or country do you want to live in? Let's give our ideals, our utopia scenarios. Tell us the truth. Do you want free access to snackies in the middle of the night? Yes. Do you want to be able to, like, what is it they call it on Star Trek when you just disperse and you land somewhere else? I need them to start working on that. Yeah, beam me up, man. And I just need to be able to go to the beach like right after this. A beach where it's not raining, you know? So what does your ideal community, country, or city do you want to live in? And of course you can mention important stuff. I mean, that's kind of the point right now. Okay, I see some stuff coming up. I see flourishing, yes. Free, just, resilient has come up a lot. If you're not familiar with Menti, the bigger the word, the more people have said it. Joyous, happy, snackies, I feel you. Care for all, healthy, sustainable, and vibrant, and equitable. Yes, and free and communal. There's a lot of words in here that says we still need to work together, and I'm appreciating that feel. Okay, let us go on to the second question. Tell us, what would a responsible, caring U.S. engagement with the rest of the world look like? Again, what would a responsible, caring U.S. engagement with the rest of the world looks like? I know I learned about in history, speak storefully and carry a large stick. That's kind of been our policy, right? So, but what should we look like now? What would responsible, caring U.S. engagement with the rest of the world look like? Fair share. So fair share is a policy also generated by U.S. CAN, also very collaborative and very straight to the point. If you want to know more about fair shares, go to Google and type in fair shares, and it'll come up. And my little trick is when I type in something on Google and I don't know exactly the address and it's climate related, I literally type in fair share, whatever word it is, and then climate, and it brings up the climate reference. So if you need it, type in fair share climate and you will find it. Awesome document. It has tons of infographics. You'll love it. And it has numbers. It's concrete. Okay, climate financing, yes. More finance, reparations. Can we say it together? Reparations, yes. Pay up for loss and damage. If you did not know, today is Loss and Damage Day. Take a picture, hashtag loss and damage. Okay, less pollution. Yeah, that's what we're all about. It is Climate Week. Let's get it. Peace building, action, being responsible. Peace, not war. Can we just stop fighting? Really. Although most of us can't even do that at Thanksgiving, right? And being responsive and anti-colonialist. Ooh. And the last one I'm gonna say is, oh wait, we got another one. Communicative. Oh, y'all still coming in. Bring it, people, bring it. peace building, and there was another one. Oh, funding local action. We love it. We love it. We love it. Well, thank you everybody for participating in that. I had a lot of fun hearing from you, and we're going to go and we're going to tell you more about the history of the VECA document, and we're going to start with Liz. Tell us about the VECA.
Sure, happy to do so. So U.S. Climate Action Network, as Reverend Dallas said, is connected to the larger CAN International. And we know that in the United States, we have a responsibility to engage and respond. And so what does that mean? And there are many climate documents and policies out there, but we wanted to create an inclusive, collaborative process where we have 175 organizations representing U.S. Climate Action Network, and there was an invitation in 2018 that said, let us vision together. Our executive director, Kea Chatterjee, said, think about the moonshot, right? We know we have a cataclysmic climate crisis that we're facing. What is our part and what can we do to engage in that? And specifically, how do we come together from different sectors, from the green groups, from frontline groups, from faith groups, from other health entities as well? And how do we be in dialogue together? So it started a transparent, inclusive process to really say we want to address the climate crisis, but not only look at emissions reduction, but core to that equally is about equity and justice, tackling racial justice in our country, larger equity issues and decolonization efforts around the world as well, and to recognize that our statement should be in solidarity with countries most impacted and communities most impacted. So what happened was that we came together and created an action team, and nearly 200 individuals representing 106 organizations came together and really said, okay, we have our various goals. What are we going to do together, and can we be ambitious? And what does that equitable vision look like that both addresses the climate crisis and so many other interlocking and intersectional issues of injustice? So that came together, and that from there we created VECA. And in that process, it's been an iterative process. It's a living document. And we don't agree on everything, so we have a broad sense of agreement, and we don't say just the biggest organizations get the strongest vote and voice, but it is centering justice and equity and saying, how do we move forward, and how are we laying out an ambitious climate policy? So I'm going to just start with there, and then I'm going to pass it over to Tim, who's going to be speaking more about, what is actually in there.
Great, thanks, Liz. So, one of the things that we really felt strongly about when we began the VECA process, and this really grounded the whole process by which this agenda was created, was that we needed to have a root cause analysis of the climate emergency and the inequity, and that's rooted in an analysis of the inequities of both the climate crisis and the world more broadly. Because the climate crisis didn't come out of nowhere, it didn't come out of its own. It's embedded in a history of colonialism and inequities. And so what the VECA starts with is a problem statement that's grounded in three sections. One is the science of the climate emergency, and that really draws upon the deep scientific work that's embedded in the IPCC reports, and points out that we're not in a moment where inaction or delay is acceptable anymore. It also deals with it deals with the inequities, and it also addresses the inequities and injustices. And it goes into that, both the history of how we got into the climate crisis, and and the histories of colonialism, resource extraction, but also the present inequities that result from that, and the reasons why we need to be able to, in order to solve the climate crisis, we're also going to need to address the systemic inequities that it's embedded in. And then we have a section that deals with the roadblocks, which is essentially the reasons why climate action isn't happening at the scope and scale that it needs to happen now. That really gets into what are the power relations that are preventing and the kind of ambitious action that VECA lays out from happening. And so that's really sort of that's where the VECA starts, and then everything flows from there. And I think one thing I would add from what Liz laid out in terms of the process is that while there isn't universal agreement, to every single policy that's in VECA, what we were very conscientious about doing was in mapping out, each of the policy sections of VECA, that the people that were directly engaged in those areas of work really had the priority for defining what those policies would be, because they're the best equipped to know what the real solutions are to those problems. And that's really, I think, where the really sort of both the breadth of the VECA, but also the depth of the policy solutions that are in it come from.
Thank you, Tim, and thank you, Liz. So I'm going through a little curveball question in here real quick. Don't worry. I'll answer it as a panelist too, if not. But we keep saying the equitable connections to the climate crisis. There are a lot of people out there who are like, what in the world does weather have to do with equity? Why are we even talking about that? So can you give us a little bit of information on why there's a connection and some examples of those connections, just so that people who haven't been talking with USCAN members, because we talk about this, just in case you guys who haven't been with us, you get a little bit caught up before we get into the deep stuff.
I'm happy to start. That's a big one, so I'll start us off and then excited to hear what other folks have to say. But I think all of our organizations who are seated here today, as well as folks who engage in USCAN broadly and Climate Action Network International broadly, have an understanding that if we address the climate crisis without a deep understanding of the ways that social injustice and the root causes of the climate crisis, and when I say the root causes of the climate crisis, as Tim alluded to and as Liz alluded to, we're talking about colonialism, we're talking about white supremacy, patriarchy, capitalism, these systems of exploitation and injustice that have shaped the world as it is today and that we have to unshape in order to address the climate crisis. So when we're talking about a vision for equitable climate action that is really transforming the way that we use resources, the way that we treat each other, the way that we understand that we're able to build infrastructure that cares for all of us and is utilized and accessible by all of us, we're really talking about building a new world, right? We're talking about transforming our system of how we use things, how we abuse things, how we work together. And honestly, it really is inextricable from understanding that if we're not putting people and planet first, we're not really addressing the climate crisis at all. We are maybe addressing emissions reductions, but at the end of the day, we're just entrenching the inequalities that exist while sort of changing some specific numbers on greenhouse gas emissions. And that's not what any of us are here for, right? That's not what any of us are trying to build. So there are many visions for climate action out there. I would say this one puts equity at its core in a way that I'm personally very proud of, and that feels like it also creates a really iterative path for us to continue to push ourselves to do better, to revise and change the plan and the document as we need to. I'll say as well, Liz and Tim offered so much wisdom about the origins of this document and sort of how folks across USCAN, which was no small feat. This is hundreds, really thousands of folks within the network sort of coming together to say, what are the core things that bind us in what we are working towards and the kind of world we want to build? There are going to be sticky things that we have different analyses around. Our priorities and resources of our organization drive us to feel like we need to work on different things. But what is our unified front? What is our shared framework that we can all utilize in different ways, but understand that we all stand behind? And for me, who came sort of into USCAN more recently in the last couple of years, I came into this space with this document really ready for me to use as I sort of found related to my work and able to really learn from. There's a lot of pieces in there that are things that I don't work so closely on, but I'm able to really use the wisdom and the experience and expertise of so many folks in the networks who are working on things like energy justice, transport justice, utility justice, and that I can learn from. But also I have the chance to shape it more. So we have so many pieces that we'll continue to sort of revise around that might not be in the document as we sort of want them to be right now, and we'll have the chance to shape them in years to come. So when I think about what equity means as well in this context, it means being flexible to understanding that our world is changing. Crises are emerging all of the time. Our frameworks and our orientation need to be flexible and emergent to address them. I was really proud that the document really recognizes and understands the crisis of of COVID-19 and how public health is inextricable from addressing how folks are really being impacted by climate impacts in ways that are deeply felt in their body. And we need to understand that we have to have a public health system that is resilient and caring for all in the face of intense heat waves, in toxic pollutants that are impacting folks' bodies and health. So I think when I'm thinking about what equity means as well in this document, I'm understanding it to be flexible to the ways that movements are rising to meet the challenge of the moment, and our frameworks and our policy asks also need to do the same.
Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think that one of the things that becomes very clear when you look at VECA as a document is that in just about every sort of policy solution that is in VECA, there's there are aspects of addressing inequities that are within that. With either as guardrails towards unintended consequences, towards really getting at the root cause of the climate problems and the ways that it's impacting people. And I think that is, what you'll see is we have a slideshow here that we'll sort of put on scroll so that we're not going to go through every slide in here in detail, but this will give you a sense of what's the content of VECA, and also some highlights of like things that are sort of included in each of the policy sections of VECA. And what you'll see in that is that there's a very pervasive lens of equity across all of it.
If I can build on that, and I just appreciate both the comments and even Reverend Dallas, you centering, right? What does equity look like, and what does that mean for us? And I think we've built VECA based on the environmental justice principles and HIMES principles. And so if you don't know environmental justice principles or HIMES, I would encourage you to look it up because it is really about those who are most impacted get the voice and decision-making power, and we affirm that, bottom-up organizing, let us speak for ourselves and context, and there's continual transformation. So it's really connected to what was said earlier. And we recognize that the transition should impact and benefit those who are most impacted from our current extractive economy and the climate crisis. And in the United States, who are most impacted by our extractive economy? They are not those who are the CEOs generally, right? Fossil fuel pollution, main source of the climate crisis, is impacting communities of color disproportionately. Black communities, indigenous communities, Latino communities, Asian American communities, et cetera, and low wealth communities. And what does that mean in terms of not saying, well, we're gonna pass policies and you will benefit because you won't die with the rest of society in the United States or around the world, not framing it that way, right? Saying we have a climate crisis, and are we gonna just replace fossil fuels with renewables when the extractive economy will continue to create sacrifice zones? And let's think about critical minerals as just a very concrete examples. Electric vehicles, solar panels, wind, all of those things, very important. But where are we getting those minerals? Around the world, in China, DR Congo, Argentina, we already know communities and countries are being impacted. And in the United States, we have Native American indigenous communities that are near 35 miles within mining areas for critical minerals. How are we ensuring a just transition? How are we not creating sacrifice zones? So we don't just shy away from those conversations. No. That's actually within the document itself, and those are guiding principles. And towards the end of VECA, there's a section called cross-sectoral kind of justice analysis that speaks about what a just transition would actually look like, not only for the workers, but also communities most impacted.
Thank you all. The only thing I'll add is, like Liz was saying, if we don't do this now, we'll literally repeat what we did before. And there's ample evidence that if we had been listening to those communities 20 and 30 years ago, we would literally not be where we are now, because they've been telling us what was coming. They've been experiencing the impacts. The small island states have been telling us what to do. And because they are marginalized, because they are usually low wealth, because they do not have the voice and the power held by developed nations and developed countries, we have gotten where we are, and it makes no sense to do it all over again in the name of a just transition, or rather in the name of a transition. So thank you for highlighting that and taking a moment to make that clear for folks. That was awesome. Okay, so into the planned questions. So the VECA's policy and agenda is global and internationalist in its perspective, but its policy recommendations are in many ways very specific to the U.S. So what value does VECA have for the global conversation and global policy making?
Thanks, Dallas. So I think I'll start here with a bit of trying to paint folks a picture of this really sort of confusing and inaccessible and really wild space that is the COP, the Conference of Parties. It's the space that every year governments, civil society, folks from the private sector, academics, a really wide range of folks who are sort of related, who are doing work around the climate crisis in lots of different ways, meet every year under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the UNFCCC. It is a world of acronyms. And they negotiate what action countries are each doing to address the climate crisis. And so I'm sure you all have heard a lot about this over the last few days. And I think the thing that's really important to highlight in terms of where US can and where VECA sits within that space is really understanding where the US sits in the space of COP and what our role is as folks based in the US and who have a real role to be keeping the US accountable to global action, to the demands of frontline nations and frontline communities. As folks who have some power here and who are connected to movements and who are connected to resources in order to really be pushing the US, we know that any sort of action or policy we are asking for in the US has to really be global in nature. If we're thinking about economic changes or political asks here in the US, if there are spillover effects or ways that we are not understanding how the impacts of all domestic actions, especially in the US, the heart of empire in many ways, if we're not understanding the ways that they are impacting the rest of the world, we're being quite isolationist, right? And we're really turning our backs on partners and collaborators and comrades who are working with us in Climate Action Network International and beyond, folks who are climate justice advocates and activists in frontline communities everywhere. So in the COP space, there's a really lovely virtual and in-person collective of folks who gather there under Climate Action Network International. There's lots of scheming, there's lots of direct action planning, there's lots of meetings with governments in which really truth is told, and folks who are closest to the pain are really accessing some power and are able to really sort of speak their mind in these really inaccessible halls of power in which there are a lot of folks making decisions who have no right to be, right? So when I think about the role of US CAN, or broadly sort of folks from the US who are at COP, who are not at COP, but who are paying attention to COP and recognize it has implications and consequences for all of us, because it does, I really think about what our role is for accountability and justice in solidarity with folks within Climate Action Network International. So I'll use an example right now that is around loss and damage, which I think folks had named in what US action looks like, and I loved seeing that. It made me really excited. And thank you, Dallas, for shouting out the fact that it's Loss and Damage Day. So really, actually, everyone, if you get a chance, take a selfie and post on Twitter. It's a huge campaign that actually is being organized by Climate Action Network International. So this is like a really key example of sort of where calls to action from Global South leadership and from the countries and communities who have been calling for loss and damage for decades, really, within a broader framework of understanding climate finance, climate reparations, and really just a redistribution of resources. A redistribution of resources that will really equip countries with the resources they need to be resilient to the impacts of the climate crisis that they are already feeling. That call to action is one that I think, especially those of us within the US, who I think really need to understand our power and position to be calling for greater finance, greater resources, and more action from the US government. That should be our priority, right? So when we are recognizing that our government can find endless money for wars or for weaponry, but we can't find money for loss and damage for the climate crisis that in many ways our country is most responsible for creating. I think that's sort of like a key area in which it's like, what is our role as folks who are working together here in solidarity with folks who we all know we are united around a shared vision of global climate justice, and we each play a different role based on where we sit, which governments we have access to, and what movements we're connected to. So I think for me, US-CAN and the VECA document in particular, in the last few years have really strengthened the international portion. So it's a section at the bottom. I think we have the PDF linked.
Yeah.
We'll come back to it many, many times, but at the end, the portion on global action and international policy pieces is one that I think really has actually been built out in the last year or so, and is one in which we're going to continue to see additional iterative items added because there are so many emerging demands and asks of CAN, of Global South partners, and that we really need to incorporate into any understanding of what we are demanding the US government to do. So loss and damage is one, and I really want to lift that up today because it's an ask that all of us are leaning into right now and that we'll be building towards COP27, which is the upcoming conference in November. Many of us will be there. Many folks at US-CAN will be there, throwing down, having meetings, staging actions, participating in marches, but also really listening, right? Really listening to partners from the Global South who are saying, what are you doing to get your own house in order? We're all here together around a shared vision of what we need countries to commit to in this global agreement. What are you doing at home to get your own country in order? And I think all of us sort of understand that to sit within the VECA in many ways.
Thank you, Mara. Anybody else?
I can just build on that. Thank you for sharing that and framing it. Just recognizing that we have had the most recent passage in the United States of the Inflation Reduction Act. And this might be a time during climate week, GA that's happening, as well as COP that's moving forward, where the US government may say, we're doing such a great job. And VECA and organizations within US Climate Action Network, many of us are saying, not enough.
Yeah.
Not ambitious enough, whereas equity in the process isn't really just. There are creations of sacrifice zones. There is a rejection of free, prior, and informed consent, or just ignoring it completely. And so that means we have a responsibility within US-CAN organizations to advocate for that. It also means that we're just being honest and saying, we're not gonna pat our country or ourselves on the back. We have much more to do because we are the debtors. In many ways, we cause the problems, as Mara was saying, so we have to do our portion. And I think in many ways, it's also about us ceding space as Americans, those in the US saying, we need to pass the mic to Global South countries and communities. And also recognizing even in our own countries, those who are disproportionately impacted, they need to have more of the resources and the decision-making power than those who have really benefited in so many ways of our extractive economy.
Thank you. I'm gonna say it a third time. We are the highest emitters per capita in the world. This is not even just an historical problem. We are still the problem. And if we don't clean up our act domestically, we can throw money around the world. We can tell developing nations they shouldn't expand their fossil fuel production and economy. But if we're still doing it, the world is still screwed. So we gotta get it together. So thank you for that. So what are some concrete ways in which the VECA document incorporates equity in setting ambitious climate policies? AKA, what are some of the things that our government and the policymakers should be looking at the next time as they look to build upon the IRA? What should they look to us for information for and advice on?
Well, one of the things, and you'll find this again, in the beginning of the document, is that we also have a really strong attention towards the rights of indigenous peoples in VECA, and that really is again rooted in the our analysis of the beginnings of the climate crisis in the history of colonialism, and that exists within the U.S. as well as globally, obviously. And so one of the but I think within the U.S. domestically, and this may be helpful for for other, for people from other countries that are participating in the UNFCCC process to have a deep understanding of, is that the same inequities that exist globally and that the U.S. is part of contributing to globally exist within the U.S. as well. And we are a country that is built on stolen land, and genocide. And so one of the things that we are very attentive to in VECA is how do we repair the harms that have already been created in trying to address this crisis, and we don't see those things as separate. And so again, throughout VECA, you see things like that solutions to climate change, especially insofar as they deal with indigenous communities and indigenous lands, need to be rooted in principles of prior informed consent. And an environmental justice analysis of what the impacts of various policies are. There's also you'll find, for instance, in the section we have a section on utility reforms, which seems sort of seems very vanilla, but in fact in the U.S. Energy policy is actually implemented at the state and local level. The utility companies that run our electricity and gas systems are the ones that actually implement the kind of changes that we need, at least in the energy sector. And so they have a tremendous amount of political power there. There's tremendous inequities in the ways in which the electricity and gas sectors operate in the U.S. And so one of the things that we point out is that in this transition, there need to be protections and policies to reduce inequities in the actual in the way that energy intersects with people's lives. So we, for instance, have we have a policy that people's utility bills should be limited to 6% of their gross income, an energy affordability standard that would be designed to make sure that as we're building out thousands and thousands of megawatts of renewable energy and transitioning our energy systems, energy retrofitting homes and buildings, that the cost of that isn't shunted off onto people who are already struggling economically and who can't afford that, and that the system needs to protect people in those ways as well, very concretely. And so what you'll also find throughout the document too is that while we're talking a lot about the inequities that are present in the climate crisis, you'll find also that there's solutions to all those things in VECA as well. It's not just pointing out problems; it's actually providing practical solutions.
Thanks, Tim. Yeah, the question of sort of how it points out concrete solutions is so, the answer is so robust and specific, which I think is what the VECA's document strength is. And I think one thing I think about a lot is how sometimes, I don't know if y'all have had this experience, but sort of when you're in conversation with more with folks who sort of I think have a hard time envisioning a different kind of world, or really struggle to sort of understand what addressing the climate crisis through a real transformation of the way we use resources and treat each other. Something they say all the time is where are the numbers? What are the specific recommendations? I want more than just a vision. I want the outline of action. And I mean, one, I'm let's work on your dreaming skills. Let's work on your envisioning skills, because that's a muscle and we need to practice it in order to build the world we want. But also, I think VECA as a document, it's not almost 100 pages for nothing. It has both the scope of really understanding what is the problem statement and what are, in broad strokes, the kind of world we want to build, while also, when you scroll through, you will see a lot of specific numbers, percentage signs, and an understanding that we have the data, the research, and the knowledge to prescribe specific recommendations. And so I think I'm thinking about that as well I'll pull out the energy and transport pieces, in which there are real sort of meticulous recommendations for the specific percentage of investment and requirements that we make around, for example, resources that are going to low-income and environmental justice communities. And there is a huge space to open up additional conversation, even within a specific bullet point recommendation. So one that I'm thinking about specifically is around the creation of more green jobs in the clean energy sectors. So we have several recommendations around sort of what that kind of federal public investment in really strengthening the clean energy industry and creating more green jobs there, but also a few specific lines that talk about how those jobs can't just be created through some sort of blanket investment in, say, wind energy sectors and job is done. We need to have really specific, thoughtful plans for how those jobs are most specifically going to go to communities of color, go to women, go to folks who are not the majority of folks employed by the wind energy sector right now, which is white men. So I think within all of these sort of broad outlines of where do we need investment, where does there need to be redistribution of specific finance and resources, there is also room to be doing even deeper conversation and planning around the ways that we will get there. So even in like that specific bullet point that I'm thinking around, what are the ways that we are going to ensure that these barriers to access for good, dignified, well-paid jobs in the clean energy sectors that this VECA document is outlining, what are the ways that we're going to really ensure that those barriers of access are gone and that the folks who can be employed in those new jobs and benefit from that investment are communities of color, are women, are disabled folks. There is so much more planning to do there, and the VECA document is not a catch-all, every single answer is here, but it's the window in order to have further conversations while providing the framework and the scaffolding to know that we have the answers.
Thank you.
And to build on that, if we look at the most recent, again, U.S. Inflation Reduction Act, if we compare VECA as a tool against IRA, it actually shows us where we need to go farther. So just one very clear example is with regards to the funding. It says that there are $60 billion allocated for environmental justice, but other organizations like the Just Solutions Collective have shown that it's actually about $47.5 billion that's considered beneficial for low-income families and communities of color. Similar VECA, when we look at VECA vis-a-vis new potential future policies that are being recommended, it really helps us to say, are we actually addressing equity, justice? Are we thinking about these connected issues together holistically? So just want to note that. And another area, just building on the transportation side that Mara was speaking about, is it gives guidance around electric school buses. That there are majority of our buses in the United States is run by diesel, a major source of air pollution. So it actually connects not only climate crisis, but air pollution and disproportionate impact that it's having on communities of color, low-wealth communities, and children every single day. Freakonomics had a recent episode around air pollution and the climate crisis. And if we thought about air pollution's impact in our own health, with fossil fuels, it would maybe change our policy direction. So VECA is helping also direct our decision makers who may not say, I'm a climate ambassador, right? But some of them may say, I'm deeply concerned about children's health. You are? Then VECA provides a great solution. Let's electrify all of our school buses by 2030 and put funding in that process, because IRA and also the infrastructure package only did a small percentage of all the school buses in our country. And in that process, it addresses the climate crisis, air pollution, and also children's health.
Thank you. Okay, so you need to read the VECA document. Go to the website, Vision for Equitable Climate Action. It's really cute. You can go to topics. You don't have to like scroll through the whole document to find the topic you want. And so I'm gonna skip to a question of, I'll start here with the panel. Which stakeholders would need to be included in this work? Because we know who's generally worked with to produce things like the IRA. But who actually needs to be at the tables in order to produce legislative policy that will be reflective of the inclusive nature of the VECA document, so that it actually represents the actual communities that it needs to represent?
I can start off and just really echoing, Rev, you answered it right there.
Oh.
The communities most impacted. I just want to just really affirm that, because so often we may have policy wonks, advocates who talk about the issues, who've done the research, but have not experienced the lived realities in what the unintended consequences may exist in terms of if we're moving towards nuclear energy or even EVs and what that means and who's disproportionately being harmed. So communities most impacted by our current extractive economy need to be present at the table. Those who are unionized, those who are not unionized, community voices, children, youth voices, women of color, people of color, tribal leadership as well. And when we look at the passage of IRA, many of those leaders were not present. There were many environmental justice organizations that were very critical of IRA, and I think those organizations and communities need to be at the dialogue and decision-making table from the beginning and not kind of at the end, right? Saying like, okay, just support this bill because it's good enough, when those communities are directly being impacted.
No.
I'll just add quickly as well, complete cosign to everything Liz said, and I think the piece I would add here as well, and that I think a lot of times folks are sort of hesitant to name, is that I think in U.S. policymaking processes, there is often an intentional or unintentional omission of folks who are feeling the complete downstream effects of U.S. policy, who do not live in the U.S. Or may not have access to shaping U.S. policy in direct ways. And so I think a very clear example of this is sort of when we're thinking about what the energy transition looks like right now and what major investment in wind and solar looks like. There are clear and violent and dangerous impacts in many communities in the global south, but specifically Africa, Latin America, and Southeast Asia, who are really facing the impacts of mining, and that those minerals that are directly going into a green transition in the US mean state violence, state repression, corporate violence, and extraction and exploitation in their homes and backyards, and complete violation of free and prior informed consent. And so something I think about a lot is sort of in the ways that we've structured these incredibly colonial and unjust processes of what legislation looks like in the US, in terms of if you have a representative, being able to share your opinion with your representative, or have town halls, or have access to big greens who have relationships with offices. A very, very, very clear gap there is that if you are not documented in the US or have clear access to a person within Congress who is supposedly representing you, there really is so little way to shape the policies that will directly impact your life and well-being. And that is another place in which it feels like if, as folks within the US who are in US-based organizations and in US movements are not taking our clear cues and directions from Global South partners, we're really missing a huge gap there in human rights implications.
Yeah, and I think what I would add as a sort of a counterpoint to what Liz and Mara just laid out is also that the issue is also not entirely who needs to be listened to, but I think also who doesn't need to be listened to, right? And so what we've seen happen, for instance, in the U.S. under the Biden administration is what we started with what I think everyone was hopeful about was a really dramatic transition from the prior administration and even from administrations prior to that, where the president appointed a White House Environmental Justice Advisory Council that actually is composed of people from the environmental justice movement, people who've been grassroots leaders, and national leaders, working with frontline communities and impacted communities from those communities for decades. And they, within months of being appointed, actually issued a report to the Biden administration advising the Biden administration about what environmental justice, how environmental justice should guide federal policy in the years to come. And they had very clear prescriptions around things that the administration has, sort of at least nominally endorsed, like what they call their Justice 40 initiative, which is to ensure that 40% of federal investments, benefit environmental justice communities directly. But they also had guidelines as to what kinds of things that would entail and what kinds of things that would not entail. And by and large, the White House has completely ignored this document in that regard. Completely ignored it. I mean,
That's
I
unprecedented.
know, right? Well, but it's also business as usual, right? And so here we have, we have an example of where the White House actually did something that we asked, which was listen to frontline communities and environmental justice leaders, and then did absolutely nothing about it. And then when the IRA passed, it includes things that are directly in contradiction, directly in violation of the things that they were advised to do, like requiring the leasing of 60 million acres of offshore land for oil drilling and fossil fuel development, before any funds can be given to, or any leasing can be done to renewable energy projects.
Before. Like
prior
literally
to.
what we know is killing the world has to be allowed or given a chance to happen before we do what we know could help the world.
Correct.
Yeah. For the climate bill.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I think based on all analysis, right? Like even if these 60 million acres of offshore land is leased this way, almost none of that may end up getting developed. So why are they doing it? The reason they're doing it is because when oil companies and fossil fuel companies obtain those leases, they can claim the reserves of fossil fuels that are there as assets on their balance sheets, which boosts their stock price and therefore boosts their economic power and thereby their political power. And so that's what we see has been replicated through the IRA is in fact, the same political interests, that have been preventing meaningful climate action for decades, are actually benefiting first and foremost from the policies that are that have just been enacted. And so while there are some good things in there that people have been working for a long time, like increases in renewable energy, and renewable energy incentives, like funding for Justice 40 initiatives, and those sort of things, what we saw happen is that it's a drop in the bucket compared to all of the bad stuff that was in that legislation. And I think now what we have is now domestically a fight, over how bad is it going to be, and how much good can we make out of what just happened. But the deck is really stacked against people domestically in the U.S. And at the same time, we see the U.S. failing to make the investments in the Green Climate Fund, in loss and damage, and in the things that are really necessary for the U.S. to be a good actor on the world stage as well.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to do a follow-up question from what you just said, Tim. And we've discussed it before. We've discussed it. It's okay. A big thing that's said at negotiating tables is that, you can't have these big policies go through that are equitable, and it's unrealistic because we still need to support the economy, right? Is going green, is doing a just transition able to support economy, or will it put us all in a poorhouse? Like, is there money to be made in going green? Anybody want to answer that? I can answer it.
I can start.
Go for it.
So, I think that when you look at especially what's laid out in VECA, the scale and the scope of economic transition that needs to happen, like this is an economic bonanza, or would be an economic bonanza. We're talking about essentially transitioning the entire energy infrastructure and other infrastructure of this country in a matter of 10 to 15 years. There's, obviously millions of jobs that could be created. We have, a parallel sort of organization that USCAN's a member of, the Green New Deal Network, which is pushing for a jobs, climate, and justice sort of oriented, climate policy at the national scale that is rooted in that same kind of an opportunity. Of creating jobs throughout the country, and creating opportunity, and really I think when you bring it to the global scale, doing the same thing across the world. The trouble is, and this is relates back to something we were talking about earlier, is that we've had economic bonanzas in this country in the past.
Yeah.
And they've and usually it's actually sort of expanded the inequities that that this country has exhibited for a very long time. The trick is, how do we make this? How do we change the script this time around? And I think that is where the rootedness of this agenda, of VECA in equity and justice is essential, and that's really where you see the climate dialogue moving in the U.S. That is where the movement is headed. That is the transition that USCAN and CAN International has made, And that's really, I think, that's really sort of why the VECA was necessary, was to be able to provide that sort of counterpoint and that roadmap to what could be done and the way it should be done.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Tim. Yeah, I'll just be very, very brief. And I know as well, Dallas, you have lots to say on this too. So please feel free to use moderator's privilege.
I will.
Shout out to Dallas in a lot of this as well, y'all. I know you're playing moderator right now, but the wisdom and the knowledge that you have from your role in USCAN and...
You're going to make me blush. Stop.
All right, I'll stop. But really, shout out Dallas. I think when you pose the question, and I know we hear this so often, sort of like, but what would an energy transition or what would going green do to the economy? My answer is always just the economy for who? I think we know that the rich have never been richer, and those struggling are struggling. And so if we understand the economy to fundamentally be only working for a rich, powerful, white few, then we've got to build something new. We've got to build something new, period. And I think it's actually that sort of provocation that is really exciting about, like, what do we build in its place? What do we build when we are thinking about an economy that actually would work for all? So I hope it does mess up the economy in a way that it builds a new one that actually works for the folks that the economic system as it is structured now, which is built on capitalism and white supremacy, has always exploited and has always extracted from. And I think I always appreciate this quote that many of the climate justice leaders at Movement Generation offer, which is, quote, transition is inevitable, justice is not. And I think that always really helps me think about, like, people will always jump at a business opportunity that will make them money and bring them more power. And we know that a transition away from fossil fuels will happen. It is not inevitable that justice will be a part of it. And so it's up to us to really shape what that transition looks like, shape who that power and redistribution is moved towards, and that's our job.
Thank you, Mara.
And if I can build on that, I love it, like, for whom is the economy benefiting?
Mm-hmm.
And I think about our energy system that we're relying on right now, heavily of fossil fuels, and we see that with Russia, right? That's going on. And in many countries around the world, renewable energy, solar, wind, tidal is available to us and those communities. And so that could lead to economic boon and benefit those communities that are currently beholden to a fossil fuel corporate dominant infrastructure and the complex there. And so that transition would allow for more jobs, as Tim was speaking about, and really leveling the playing field so that energy is not a privilege, but it is a right, energy of the commons right available to all, and that we're changing that. So the energy system currently is so heavily privatized, where it is a fundamental kind of need to survive in our communities right now. So it's really pushing that and saying we want everyone to benefit, and how can we advocate for that? And also just noting in terms of, with the energy prices that have been going up around the world and the United States, we're feeling it in our pockets, but fossil fuel companies have been making significant profits compared to previous years, right? So just want to note that to Mara's point, like, who is benefiting? Right now, fossil fuel companies are benefiting even more during an energy insecure environment.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I will use moderator's privilege. We have to look at the fact that this energy transition is inevitable. Pre-COVID, in 2019 and 2018, both years, our own Department of Labor identified wind and solar industries as the highest highest and largest and fastest developing economy within the U.S. with the highest hiring rate. And it was projected to stay that way for the next 5 to 10 years. Obviously, with COVID, it changed over to health sector and health needs. I'm not certain about what it is right now, so I don't know. But we have had an intervening year since that slam and that shutdown. You've had this massive scramble among many major energy holders. So not only oil and gas, but well, all of it's really related to oil and gas, the fracking and all, the utility companies and all that stuff, even telecommunications. You have them scrambling and holding off different parts of our government, not only federal, saying, hey, we want you to regulate green energy. We want you to, lower the credits going back to people and putting money directly in their pockets. And we need you to stall for time as we internationally consolidate holdings on green energy and renewable infrastructure and companies and pull them into our businesses. And then we'll release all of this stuff, but we'll actually still own it. It'll still be centralized within us. So there have been reports going out showing how current oil and gas companies are buying up what used to be a very diverse field, which was green energy, and locking people out again from energy structures. So the transition is inevitable. They're just lining it up so that it only benefits, as Mara said, people. And what we need to do is put the pedal to the metal and say, stop soiling us by saying it's not possible. We've literally had solar technology developing since the early 1900s. They literally put restrictions on how far EV car batteries are able to carry cars to placate the oil and gas industry. We're literally being held back. Tell them, stop with the nonsense, speed it up, and tell them at COP. Tell them this week, it is Climate Week. Tell them every day, hashtag, pictures, protests, whatever your education, whatever your game is. But tell them, make sure that you understand that there's no reason that we're still stalling. No, not necessary. Okay, so getting back to the point, because we are coming up on an hour. We're not done, but we're coming up on an hour. Then I want to ask the audience some questions. Okay, so typically negotiations at the UNFCCC, so moving back to the international scale, they typically steer clear of prescriptions on energy sources or particular climate solutions, right? They're like, we're not going to tell you what to do, but we know what to do. We have scientists, but we're not, because, I don't know why. But VECA's approach is very different, right? It calls for phase-outs of certain energy sources and for certain technologies and practices to be prohibited, right? So what is the value of VECA's approach? Why is that important? And what does it have to offer in the UNFCCC context? And how did you achieve agreement among all the organizations that were involved? It was hard. But I'll let you answer the other questions. Yeah, I'll start us off by saying US-CAN is very diverse. We have everything from frontline to big greens, right? Big greens that might as well be, U.S. agencies in certain respects, right? And there were a lot of places that was said before where people were like, I'm not saying that. You can't make me say that, and I will walk away if you do. And we took that part out. And we didn't force anybody to say it or agree to it. And we left it alone and we moved on to the next topic. And then when we said, hey, but we need to say something about this, what can you agree on? And we went with that. We didn't go with a watered down version. We did not say anything. We didn't not acknowledge problems. We agreed collectively, didn't run roughshod over everybody, and still give everybody an opportunity to participate in the editing processes, because the VECA is living, meaning it gets updated to suit the need and the changing technology. So that's what I will say. Nobody was just ignored and say you're being irrational or you're not being realistic and active enough.
Sure. Yeah, and I think again, this goes back to the root cause analysis that VECA is grounded in, and we've been in the UNFCCC process for over 30 years. Where there has been this sort of real attention to civility and to to kind of and to not making prescriptions about things that that countries might not want to agree to based on their own situations, and that's left us in a position where we're not dealing with the climate crisis with the ambition that's needed. We're not by being vague things are also not happening, and so again, like going back to the science of the climate crisis, the attention to what are the sources of this problem and and what's causing it. We know that we aren't going to be able to reduce emissions at the scale that's needed if we continue burning fossil fuels. We know that there are certain things then beyond that sort of that issue. We also know that there are solutions that are being promoted really heavily. And I see this from the perspective of working on nuclear energy, where there are things that are being said about potential solutions that are just not true. I mean, there's for instance the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, which is part of the International Energy Agency, is trying to gin up momentum for nuclear power as a climate solution. And there's every reason to not believe that that's a viable thing. What we see happening all over the world is that nuclear power projects take far too long. They cost massive amounts of money, and they're prone to failure, and they exacerbate very serious environmental justice problems. And so as we're looking to solutions, like this should be one of the first ones we rule out, but it's always one of the first ones that the U.S. government and others insist be on the table. And we just can't continue that way. What we saw happen, for instance, in Poland, in Katowice, at that COP, was that the Polish government came forward with a plan that said that they were going to that their climate policy was going to rest on building a whole bunch of nuclear power plants in the 2030s and 2040s, and that in the meantime they were going to phase out wind power and continue running their coal plants. But that their plan rested on basically building up all these nuclear power plants in 20 years. And, which was like, you've got to be kidding me. Like, how can your climate policy be that you're going to do something in 20 years but just continue burning fossil fuels in the meantime? And that's what we see a lot of these the role of what we call these false solutions playing in the climate context is that for instance, in the Inflation Reduction Act, there's a tremendous amount of money and funding and financing available to carbon capture and sequestration projects. There's $40 billion for new generation sources that might use this. There's $250 billion for existing energy infrastructure to implement things like carbon capture and sequestration. There's no requirement in the law that they achieve carbon capture and sequestration by any date. And so what we've seen happen in the U.S. is that carbon capture projects fail. After years, they spend billions of dollars trying to equip a power plant with a carbon capture system, and it doesn't happen, but it runs up huge expenses for their customers. Meanwhile, emissions continue unabated completely for years, and so what we're concerned about is that by promoting these technologies and these policies and solutions that really have no viable way to reduce emissions in the way that we need. That we're gonna be spending lots of time and money on things that are gonna perpetuate the problem in the end. And that's really, I think, where we saw a need to say, look, this is what's going to work, this is what's not going to work. And you see that, and that seems to us a really important part of VECA.
Thanks, Tim. Since you were super comprehensive, I'll just be quite brief in that I think, Dallas, when you first prompted, I think the way you phrased it was like, what does the way that the VECA talk about energy sources compared to other documents or other frameworks feel like? And to me, my answer is just honest. It's honest in terms of understanding what are the real uncompromising actions we need to take on the way that we understand our energy sources to be structured now and the way that we need them to be built. And I think there's two things it's honest around. One is what we need to stop, and two is what we need to build. And so I think it is honest about the fact that fossil fuels cannot continue. I think right now the phrasing is around phasing out fossil fuels, and I actually even would like to see the VECA be pushed in terms of having an immediate stop to all fossil fuel infrastructure that is currently under construction and slated for construction and currently under operation. And then honest about what we need to build. So I think a lot of folks talk about energy sources and the transition to renewable energy as really just sort of core to greenhouse gas emissions reductions, and that is a huge part of it, yes. And the transition to new energy sources is a key part of advancing racial justice, gender justice, economic justice. And we got to be honest about that. We got to talk about that because it's a part of why the transition needs to happen and why it needs to happen with such care and intention. And so when I think about why the VECA's exploration of energy sources that we have now and that we need to build is different from sort of how other frameworks talk about energy sources or how it sort of ascribes both root causes, blame, and responsibility, I think this document is incredibly honest.
Yeah, echo the comments starting from Reverend Dallas in terms of what needs to happen, and also with regards to why we are speaking about phase-outs.
Thank you.
And why it's so incredibly important. It's not that right now everything is okay and we're just addressing emissions reductions, right? Communities are already being impacted today. So if we begin from there, if we begin from who is being harmed, not versus like, what can we do incrementally, right? Because there are sacrificed communities right now that we are legally allowing their bodies, their waters, their air to be contaminated. So is this a society that we want to live in? And I think for many of us, that would be no. And I'm also coming from a faith community, and there are many faith organizations that are involved in climate justice and advocacy work. And we've been doing this before environmental and climate became popular or the fad, because in many of our traditions, there is this deep reverence and connection with the earth, with creation, that mutual relationship and a responsibility that we have. Now, some of our traditions, I come from the Christian tradition, has caused tremendous harm with the doctrine of discovery. Many of our theological frameworks are highly problematic. And so in some ways, some of us have even more of a responsibility out of repentance to really seek to advocate for just solutions that are not going to continue to allow sacrificed communities, which are predominantly in low-wealth Black communities, indigenous communities in the United States, and communities in the Global South. So we can't because it's a moral imperative. And so the question is, we are already with our policies and the UNFCCC process declaring moral verdicts in every decision that we're making. And so for them to say, oh, we can't have phase out, we can't talk about that, is already making more moral judgments on who is important and which countries are important.
Thank you, Liz. Thank you. Exactly. We have this problem of blaming the victim, and I'm not saying every person in sacrifice zones, which are basically places geographically where you can look at what was allowed to be built and what is allowed to happen in that area, and you know that those people are getting sick and dying and unable to create generational wealth and unable to effectively experience joy or any type of sustained resilience or have long-term planning because they're always at the point of survival, where they not only are forced to take in these economies into their communities because banks and other financial systems say we're not going to support anybody building stores or businesses here. You only get the facility. That's the only thing we will fund. That's the only thing we will have ordinances for. And then we blame them because they take those jobs, get sick from those jobs, have no healthcare infrastructure, so they display the signs of weakened and sickly communities, people who miss work often, children who can't concentrate in school and excel in school, and thereby get out of those communities and transition to different jobs. And we're talking intergenerational impacts. They're also dealing with water poisoning, air poisoning, and other things. They're dealing with cancer. They're dealing with constant grief because of the way they're living. And we say, why aren't you doing better? And that's why we have to have a just transition. The just transition doesn't just doesn't just say we give you jobs. It says we re-put into your communities and make sure that as we're pulling fossil fuel, oil and gas infrastructure out, other harmful things out, we're also inputting it and opening access to new good things for you and supporting you, because we recognize we have been ripping and tearing the ground out from under you for decades, and it was not your fault. That's why just transition is very, very much so needed, as opposed to just a transition, right? That was important for some reason. I don't forgot why. Let me go back to my notes if I could break back into my phone. But yeah, so we're looking at that, and we're recognizing that there are so many things going on in this work, and we understand that the VECA wants to help produce a groundwork. But we're not saying we're the only people who should be subscribing into this work. We're saying that this work can be done collectively, it can be done holistically, right? So do you think that people, because this is a federal, most of these are federal in the VECA. Do you think there is a need for state level and even local level communities to get involved in developing practices like what we did with the VECA? Y'all are just like, yeah, I'll leave it at that. Okay, so it's actually 11:17, so we have a few minutes. Any questions from the audience? Oh, yes, see two, yay. Okay, I'm coming. And I'll come back for final comments, no worries. Okay.
Sure. My name is Nick Kuznets, and I'm wondering, the title of the talk, I think, was Getting to Real Zero, right? I'm wondering if you can speak a little more about some aspects of that, and specifically, I think there are a lot of people in policy and even advocacy world who, support really aggressive action, say we need to fully phase out fossil fuels, but still say that zero by 2050 is impossible. And I think the point in particular, agriculture and land use, and maybe also to certain parts of industry, aviation to a smaller scale, but particularly agriculture, I think, that we just can't get to zero here then, and that's why we need things like carbon dioxide removal, for example, to a small scale. So I was just wondering if you can speak a little to what VECA has to say about this. And
Yeah, well, I think that, we don't know until we try, really. I mean, I think that's one of the things that I think is, has to be clear, is that we know what we need to do. We know we need to get to zero. And the net zero framework, has been really counterproductive, because it's really justified the continued burning of fossil fuels, the continuing of unsustainable agricultural practices. So, the VECA really is based on what do we need to do, and how do we need to, and how can we do it. Now, we also know that, for instance, the IPCC has reported that, in terms of, for instance, direct air capture of CO2, right? That the IPCC has concluded that we actually can achieve all of the carbon sequestration that we need through natural processes, through reforestation, through sustainable agriculture, and those sort of things. What VECA says is that we need to phase out, the major sources of emissions as quickly as possible. So phasing out fossil fuels, phasing out unsustainable agricultural practices. We need to be transitioning the transportation sector to non-emitting propulsion sources as quickly as possible. Now, whether we can get all the way to there by 2050, we need to get close enough that that we can that through the other ways that we have of reducing carbon in the atmosphere, that those things can take over and get the rest of the way. But what we've rejected in this is the notion of a net zero framework that is reliant on things like carbon capture and sequestration, and allows for the continued burning of fossil fuels, which are really only going to get in the way. And so what this does is really sort of chart the path for where we need to go, and then it's up to us to get there.
Total cosign on all of that, Tim. And I would just say, I would add as well that I think you are alluding to this, Tim, but like the power of how corporate capture has really taken the net zero terminology and run with it, I think is a real concern to sort of how folks are understanding. There's a whole, I'll back up and say, there's sort of like a whole campaign and narrative work around like no to net zero, which is really sort of oriented around an understanding that like net zero has totally been co-opted. It's a framework that started as being a way of understanding what a world with no greenhouse gas emissions would look like, and it's now a way that companies can justify burning fossil fuels out of one hand and saying that they're planting trees or doing something else in the other. And it's a co-opted framework in a way that I think is really damaging to what we're trying to achieve here with like a framework of real zero, of like a lot of folks come into the climate conversation through the framework of like, oh, it's about greenhouse gas emissions. We got to stop those. How do we get there? And I think using that framework as like a path to open up a lot more conversation about the steps that are a part of getting there is kind of what the VECA is trying to do. So if we're talking about, for example, what decarbonizing entire industries look like to get to real zero, let's talk about all the components that we need to get there. So if we're talking about decarbonizing the public health sector in order to get the public health sector to real zero emissions, how can we really use that as an opportunity to talk about the ways that public health and the climate crisis are connected, and ensuring that folks have the care, the health care they need, and the resources to be resilient to the impacts of extreme heat, wildfires, et cetera, is a part of achieving real zero emissions, because real zero emissions is not the whole picture when it comes to addressing the climate crisis and supporting communities. So yeah, I feel like the narrative around net zero is something that's like really been fascinating to watch over the last few years. It's co-optation, and I feel like I've always tried to understand emissions reductions as a path in which folks enter the climate world, but it's really just a starting place.
Echo everything that has been said. And for looking at real zero, I think and VECA really speaks about this, that we need more research, right, in support of those efforts. But when we're looking and supporting technological advances, it needs to consider equity and justice and who will be disproportionately harmed again, right? If we're looking at agriculture, if we're looking at other sectors. And it's really trying to frame an intersectional approach. And I think that's the gift that VECA offers. It's not saying, again, it's iterative, it's not prescriptive. And we're saying if we're talking about like the moonshot, like that was done, we didn't know how we're going to get to the moon, but we have a goal and a deadline. And instead of finding excuses, as was mentioned by many companies saying they're going green, and what that means is net zero causing all these other problems, but looking good, and the co-optation that Amara was speaking about, instead of getting stuck there saying, okay, we want to go to real zero, how are we going to get there? Who's going to be part of that conversation as well? So I think it's a fair point, but I think we will look at how we can achieve that over the next several years together versus saying we're going to stick with just net zero.
I think and this is kind of just to wrap up this whole discussion, is that the problem with the net zero framework is that it's a product of zero-sum thinking. And that is really the root of the problem. We need a transformative approach, not a status quo approach.
Thank you. And I think a good step is to shift subsidies. Why are we literally funding multi-billion-dollar a quarter profit industries? Like, let's stop saying we can't get there and actually put all of our resources to getting there and figure out how to make it up where we don't fit, where we miss. Yeah, it was a great question.
Hi, I'm so grateful for this conversation. I think it's been really poetic in both putting in the values of how we want to move forward so we don't risk repeating the same challenges or the same problems that have created this inequitable system, and really centering the voices of the most marginalized at the heart of these solutions. And it's been beautiful to see like some of these solutions come forth on the screen as well. I love that in thinking about getting to 0-0, right, that it's a value shift conversation as well, right? Because as we think about like these, how we create our new systems, how we create the work moving forward, we have to ensure that we're really centering And I think you guys spoke a lot to that, but then to add on to that piece, I would say that to lift up, in order to achieve 0-0, we have to shift the way we're in relationship, not only to our people and all peoples, but to our planet, right? And to think about like, what does it mean to reforest? Is it reforestation as a way to continue to extract? And if so, then we will never reach 0-0. If it's reforestation with the ideal to preserve, conserve, and proliferate, right? Then all of a sudden, like the way we approach these carbon sequestration strategies will shift, right? And is this sort of sense of stewardship found in the hands of corporations, or is it partnering with indigenous communities that understand the land and are planting indigenous plants and trees? And that those sort of like, I think centering these values of shifting away from notions of extraction will help us get closer to 0-0 than we could ever do so if we simply relied on technical solutions. So I love this conversation. I love the work you guys do. I'm such a big fan. In terms of, I would love to hear calls to action for us here in the room, and then also to our audience online, recognizing what a great document this is, right? We've spoken about like asking our, to push this to policymakers, politicians, and we've spoken a little bit about potentially state and local engagement as well, but would love to hear from your own unique perspectives too. What's next? What do you need from us? How can we support you?
I'll go ahead and start. I'm sure there's going to be, also thank you, Steve, right back at you on all of those things. There's going to be a lot of great calls to action here, but I'll just start by saying I think one of the ways in which Dallas was pointing to sort of the diversity of organizations in US CAN is that I think is like a really interesting dynamic that is really enriching, is that there are a lot of folks whose sort of theory of change or specific intervention points around how they are engaging in collaborative climate work are slightly different. So you have folks who are really focused on direct action and are organizers at heart who want to be canvassing and knocking on doors and talking to folks and finding power in the streets and love really sort of throwing down in that way. And you have folks who really want to be like crunching numbers and thinking about models and what kinds of investments and shifts in energy we need to build this world, et cetera. So I'll just go ahead and start with one that is more on the sort of first side, which is there is a march on Friday. Hopefully it's not the first time folks have heard about it. And it's at 2 p.m. And there are a lot of global justice demands that are a part of that march, and it's a global call to action. So there are marches happening all over the world, but I'll lift up in particular that one of the core framings of sort of what the march is marching for, it's a youth-led march, is really sort of broad framings around climate reparations, which includes loss and damage. So especially as folks marching from the US, especially as folks marching from New York City and through sort of the financial imperial powerhouse, I think there is a real sort of call to action to be thinking about the ways that real shifts in resource redistribution that are coming from people-powered movements need to be heard ahead of COP27, where really big commitments around finance and moving money and moving power will happen. So I will be there on Friday. I hope others are as well. And if you want more information about it, I think if you just Google March Friday Climate New York City, it'll come up, but also you can come talk to me afterwards as well.
Great question, Steve. What is our call to action? And thank you for it's a shift in our values and how we're looking at our problem and our future ahead. And that's why we started with envisioning what is possible, right? And so I think that's the first thing. Don't accept the status quo. Don't let the current politics and the limitations be our guide and what can be. Obviously, we need to be tactical, obviously, but I think we need to continue to think about what is the vision that we collectively seek, not I as an individual, but collectively, as you have said, Steve, thinking about our relationship to the planet as well. So it's not individual. And Reverend Dallas spoke about this. What does that mean in terms of our local state efforts? Because this is a federal document. One can use this process similarly in saying, let us all come together with our various perspectives and what is a collective vision we seek together and how can that be realized? So I think the process is very useful to use at a local, at a state level, and I know that's something we at United Women in Faith, we just had a recent conversation yesterday in terms of like voting at the state and local level, not only thinking about the federal level, right? And what I love about this document also is because it's bringing in the international perspective and voice. So we're not only like thinking about local, right, but it's global solidarity effort. And so taking that to heart and saying, what is my responsibility and how do I advocate that? And so incorporating this in our advocacy, I think is very useful. For those who you have yet to go online and find the resource, look at the section that, what excites you and animates you? What concerns you? What's impacting your community? There is likely a section in VECA around that, and see where the alignment is, and consider, well, like the cross-sectional components and the justice components, how can the justice and equity work be incorporated into our own advocacy and into, if you're a decision maker, into your policies as well that you've been considering. And a shout out to faith communities. We come from vast different traditions, and it is an opportunity, again, that we can participate in creating and continuing an earth that is flourishing. And so making this a common conversation, when we're talking about the climate crisis, looking at equity and justice, and tapping into our faith tradition and roots, and bringing that into our services, into our practices, into our prayers, and into the public space, I think can be a huge contribution, so that decision makers are not saying, oh, it's only those green tree huggers out there, right? It's actually normalizing it, saying people of faith from all over are deeply concerned, and we are saying what we have today is not enough.
Yeah, I'll go. And then we'll pass. We'll let Tim head. I got sleepy, y'all. It started raining. I don't know if that happens to you too. I'm struggling here. So basically, I would say, let's be strategic dreamers, like Liz was saying. Do all the dreaming, go big, but do the research, right? Because just because it's a dream doesn't mean that you can't make it possible, but it requires research. So many people and groups and even movements die out because they're not addressing the right person. So do your research on who actually runs that topic for whatever you're talking about, and talk to them instead of writing all your letters to the president. The president doesn't cover so many things, right? And I would also, I would give two. The other one would be, go into your communities, and instead of looking at something and saying that's not climate related, Liz brought up health institutions. Health institutions are like really, really toxic. Like apparently you could get a little high drinking the water off the coast of California at this point, right? And in other matters, and just medical dumping and medical waste dumping and stuff. There are so many ways and so many institutions. Schools are, high emitters in some places, but they can become low emitters. So take an interest in your local community and say, okay, how are you impacting the climate? How, as a community member, can I myself urge you to make these changes right here, right now? And if we can do it here and you do it successfully, how can we scale it up into other communities? So start where you can, but start and make sure you're doing the research so you're not wasting your time. Strategic thinking, strategic dreaming.
So I'm going to address this in a couple of different ways. I think one of the things that we need to be doing is building power. And I think that's through, united front organizing, building broader coalitions, doing, with the grassroots organizing to build the power of this movement both domestically and internationally, because that really seems to be, the blockage point is that, we haven't had enough power to be able to, to move things in a better direction than what they're doing. But I think also, and this is particular to the UNFCCC and the COPs, is that I think we also need to demand that there be greater space for civil society in the conferences and in the process. And what we've seen happening consistently over the last several COPs is that the UNFCCC has effectively been pushing civil society farther and farther out of the process. Segregating the conference spaces, so that people don't have access, holding the conferences in locations that are inimical to human rights and to civil society participation. I think the fact that this next one is happening in Egypt in a resort community at the end of a peninsula, where people are being advised that they can't even fly to Cairo, that they need to try to fly directly to Sharm el-Sheikh, which again increases the cost to people to be able to go there. There's barely enough housing for people to even to be present there, and it's in a country where there's military repression of dissidents in their own country, and that the people need to be really careful. We saw a similar thing happen in Poland a few years ago. But even in Paris and in Glasgow, there were severe restrictions on civil society's ability to participate in the process. And that, I think, is something that we need to be demanding really clearly, is that the UNFCCC has to, enable civil society to be a full participant in the process.
Well, we're a little over time. I would have loved to ask for final thoughts, but if anybody has anything really burning they want to say. Okay, so what I will say is, because I always have something I want to say, the reason why we need to do this kind of challenge, the reason why we're saying, hey, we're proposing to you actual policy platforms that you can go ahead and use because we've done the research, we've put in the time, and we need you to use this, is because, and I got this quote off of a sidewalk talking at Bonn this summer, so it's not me. We're at COP 56. We're going into COP 27. We've had 0% emissions decrease. 27 COPs, 56 intercessions, 0 degrees emissions decrease. We need to do something different. We understand that the people who are working in our governments, working in these processes, are working very hard, but we need them to change the game so that we can all live. So, thank you all for being here. Thank you for sharing your wealth of knowledge and your time. And I give it to Steve.
Thank you guys. Big round of applause for the panel. Super grateful for all of your perspectives and expertise. I think it's really with this kind of conversation that we begin to dream up what a better future can look like. And so with this, we'll close out our session and invite you all to join us back here again virtually or in person at 1 p.m. as we explore youth leadership in the triple planetary crisis. Thanks so much.
You guys were awesome. Y'all kept picking up balls and dropping
1, 2, 3. Ooh. One, two, three. 1, 1, 1.
Recording in progress.
Hello, welcome back to the Holistic Climate Solutions Summit, hosted here at the Tsuji Center for Compassionate Relief. We are delighted now to welcome our latest panel, which is reflecting on youth leadership in the triple planetary crisis, creating the world we need to live in. And it's my pleasure to invite Amanda Neshawat, our moderator, to introduce our panel and take our conversation away.
Thank you so much, Steve. Good afternoon and welcome. My name is Amanda Neshawat. I am the Deputy Director of Sustainability and Community Outreach for the Hudson County Improvement Authority, which is just across the river in Hudson County, New Jersey. I will be moderating today's session, Youth Leadership in the Triple Planetary Crisis, Creating the World We Need to Live in. With over 49% of the global population being under the age of 30, young people are driving change as decision makers, innovators, educators, and entrepreneurs. Today, we're uplifting perspectives from young leaders that are on the front lines of creating change within their communities. We're going to talk about examples of young people catalyzing change and what gives us hope for a more sustainable future. We have amazing young leaders on today's panel, and I'd like to just briefly introduce them before they go into their work. We have Jeremy, the Alliance of Small Island States. He's also serving as the permanent mission of the Republic of Seychelles to the United Nations Climate Change and Ocean Advisor. We also have Samita, Global Head of Strategic Alliances at AIESEC, a global youth-led organization which is about to have its 75th anniversary and has done leadership work with youth all around the world. We also have Gator, co-founder and president of Coral Vita. He's also the UNEP Young Champion of Earth for Latin America and the Caribbean, and works in the Bahamas, where Coral Vita operates the world's first commercial land-based coral farm for reef restoration, which is awesome. And we have Jerome Foster, the Environmental Justice Advisor for the White House, and I heard he's the youngest to do so. So thank you so much for joining us. I would like to just ask about the work that you're doing right now and how you landed in your current role, because I think that would be very inspiring for young people to hear about. Can we go this way? Sure. Okay, sure.
Thank you so much for the introductions. Currently, as part of the Alliance of Small Island States Fellowship, which I know we also have in the room another fellow here, we're 10 fellows from the Pacific, from the Caribbean, from what we call the Atlantic, Indian Ocean, South China Seas, or ACE. And essentially, we learn by doing. So we are assisting our mission and AOSIS when it comes to the UNFCCC, so the climate change negotiations, and also negotiations around the ocean, so whether it's the High Seas Treaty, the BBNJ, and sustainable development. So right now, we basically go into the very fine details of the text of international law and ensure that the reflected realities of small island developing states be the ones who are most vulnerable and least responsible, ensuring that obligations by the polluters, by the larger states, are well reflected into these negotiations. So we learn by doing, and we assist our missions however we can. I'll leave it at that for now.
So, hello everyone. So about ISEC, we are one of the world's largest youth-led organization, and we are spanned across 100+ countries and territories across the world. So what we do is we are a youth leadership development organization, and our essence, our belief is that youth leadership is the fundamental solution towards creating a better world. And ever since 2015, since the launch of the SDGs agenda, we have mobilized more than 250,000 young people towards the SDGs. And we've done this by creating global volunteer projects where young people go to their local communities, develop projects, and more young people actually contribute towards that. We've been also focusing towards educating more young people, consumers of different products, and kids in schools towards the SDGs as well. And how we do this, of course, we cannot do this alone. So we do this by partnering with corporations, like-minded not-for-profit organizations, UN agencies. And yes, we've been in the making for 74 years this year, and next year we celebrate our 75th anniversary. And next year, we plan on becoming one of the leading organizations towards contributing towards the global agenda for 2030. Yes.
Awesome. So thanks everybody for coming, and really thanks to the Tzu Center for putting this on. It's a really cool space I didn't know about before, and I think there's not enough of these spaces around where we can have meaningful conversations and really reflect together on some of these systemic issues of our time. So appreciate you having us all here today and the audience online. My name's Gator Halpern. I'm the president and founder of Coral Vita, which is a company that creates land-based coral farms to restore dying reefs. And so many of you are well aware of the situation with coral reefs around the world. Already half of the world's reefs have died. That's just since the 1970s. And we're on pace to lose well over 90%. If we make our 1.5 degree target, 90% of reefs will still die by 2050. And so this is a ecological tragedy. You know, reefs are some of the most biodiverse and beautiful ecosystems that we have on Earth, but it's also a very serious socioeconomic issue, as these reefs support the livelihoods of up to 1 billion people around the world through coastal protection. They're the barriers between the open ocean and these coastal communities. Through fisheries production, you know, throughout the tropics, the majority of fish live at least a portion of their life in reefs, and these fishery stocks decline when the reefs degrade, as well as ecotourism. So a huge driver of ecotourism economies around the world. And all of these values are being lost as these reefs continue to degrade around our planet. And so at Coral Vita, we are creating something that can change this trajectory, at least in part, by creating these land-based facilities where we're able to grow coral in mass. So by the hundreds of thousands, hopefully millions of corals at single facilities, we can accelerate growth rates by up to 50 times how fast they grow in nature. So some species of corals growing them in months rather than decades. And also adapting these corals to be more resilient against the warming and acidifying oceans that threaten their survival. And then we plant the corals back into restoration sites to revive these vital ecosystems. And we're doing this right now in the Bahamas, and at an important and exciting moment in the growth of our company now, looking at where we're going to build farms 2, 3, 4, and 5. So it's very exciting to be here in New York this week and talking to people from all around the world who are working on these important issues along with the rest of the panelists today. So thanks for having me.
My name is Jerome Foster II. I'm a White House Climate Environmental Justice Advisor, and I work within making sure that we have a whole government approach within the Biden administration, and to make sure that we actually make sure that the climate investments are environmentally just. So we oversee the implementation of bills like the Inflation Reduction Act and other bills that have just been passed to make sure that communities that are facing the climate crisis, like communities like in Puerto Rico who are flooding right now, or communities that are in California who are with fires in homes, and we want to make sure that they get that infrastructure to be able to make sure that they're safe from the climate crisis. And we've been working for about a year now with sending recommendations to the EPA, to FEMA, to the Department of Education to make sure we have climate education in schools, et cetera, the whole holistic set of solutions that are needed to make sure that we have a just future. I also work on the ground with Wake Up, an organization that is working to, which is launching in the next couple of weeks, which is an expansion of 1 Million of Us, which is an organization that started as an intern for Congressman John Lewis to mobilize 1 million young people to register to vote in the 2020 election. And from that, we made sure that young people showed up at every polling location, volunteered as poll workers, went in communities, make sure people understand the importance of why they should vote. And from that, we're now expanding our work to make sure that we have storytelling as another narrative, and using art and empathy to make sure people understand that, like, this isn't just a scientific and economic problem, this is a human rights issue, and that it's a creative issue to make sure that we work together and highlight the stories that aren't being heard, like Indigenous and Black solutions that often aren't at the seat of the tables at important international negotiations. So I'm excited to be here on this panel to really hear new perspectives and people.
Thank you. As you can tell, there's a lot of different perspectives. Although everyone here is really a champion of sustainable development, we have, Gator working directly in ecosystems, and Jeremy, working with, the global community to protect small island states, and Sumita working directly with youth on leadership development, and Jerome working on ensuring that vulnerable communities, especially in one of the most powerful economies in the world, is being held accountable and stepping it up in the global community. But since there are different perspectives here, I thought it would be interesting to ask, an opportunity, or an example, I should say, of a time when you've been a part of or led a change that was catalyzed by youth. Your favorite example, perhaps.
Yeah, being someone from a small and developing state, someone like Seychelles, it's remote. It's really, really remote. It's a place where you can. It takes 3 hours to be by any other landmass. I think the next nearest city by plane is Nairobi. So you are remote, and it's only 100,000 people spread across an ocean territory of about 1.4 million square kilometers. So we grew up surrounded by the ocean, surrounded by incredible endemism, by really only 250 years of people being around. So there's always been, I would say, awareness of our nature. And when 70% of our economy is tourism, about 25% of it's fisheries, people really depend on healthy nature to go through. So the work I was doing before becoming a fellow at the AOSIS was really around conservation. And conservation with the Seychelles Islands Foundation, which manages Seychelles' 2 UNESCO World Heritage Sites, so Aldabra Atoll and the Vallée des Mets. And these are remarkable places that if you have the chance to visit, it really wakes you up. It really turns on the imagination of what is possible when things can be done right, what is possible when things are left to grow and regrow. And I think this is interesting when we're talking about coral reefs, this is interesting when we're talking about communities. So I was lucky enough to be a project manager as well as a communications and outreach coordinator. While I was the project manager, I was able to co-lead the Aldabra Cleanup project, which did several things. One of the parts of it was basically remove about 25 metric tons of plastic pollution from a remote atoll. We were able to really galvanize 12 volunteers to go on a 5-week expedition to a very remote and hostile environment. There's very few people that ever go to Aldabra. You can have, I don't know the Fahrenheit, but you have 35 degrees Celsius temperatures, and you do 12-hour days of just picking up plastic. And you can really see how that plastic doesn't just inundate shores, but basically entangles, traps, and kills marine life, especially endangered marine life like green turtles, like different types of endemic birds to the island. So you can really see that problem affect somewhere that should never have this problem. And out of taking on that project, we were able to not only remove this amount of plastic pollution, but also do research. We found out that 83% by weight of what's on Aldabra, which we, at 2019, estimated was about 500 tons, 83% came from ghost gear, so discarded fishing nets, buoys, ropes, and we have quite a large fisheries industry, as I was saying, in Seychelles, which is not necessarily owned by Seychelles. I'll leave it at that. But we were able to find out that a lot of this pollution's ending up in Seychelles' waters, affecting our protected areas, affecting our nature. And coming from this project, we had the ability to raise awareness domestically on the issue, internationally, through the support of the University of Oxford, who we partnered with, through Sky News. And we were already able to show that the small island developing state is really being inundated by plastic pollution in a way that the same way climate crisis is affecting us. We didn't cause the problem, somehow we're expected to deal with it, somehow it's affecting us. And so that project emerged from youth already starting a process of banning plastic bags, banning single-use items all over. But we knew now that even despite our own efforts, we would still need to go outside of it. And so Seychelles has done a lot to basically lead the charge when it comes to ocean conservation. We've protected 30% of our large EEZ. But we know we need to move forward, and being part of the youth movement is one where we show examples of, yes, we're getting on the ground and doing these things that are very hard, but we're creating the research, we're creating the baselines, we're raising funds, and we're able to bring this forward so that it's not just in our countries that we're doing this, but it's in our regions and in the globe. And that's how it translates into things like international treaties. So in November, for instance, there'll be the first intergovernmental negotiation conference for a treaty on plastic pollution. And I hope to see a lot of youth take part. I hope to see a lot of small island developing countries youth take part. And I hope a lot of people are willing to do what's necessary to really stop this problem, because the ocean, our planet, doesn't need another problem on top of everything else.
And it affects us all, no matter where we are.
Hard to follow up to that. So about ISEC, like I said, we place confidence in young people. And one of the beliefs that we have is that youth leadership is the fundamental solution to a better world. So what we've been doing is looking at the progress of SDGs that we've made globally. It doesn't look that hopeful right now. So what we came up with is that to really create that whole mindset towards contributing towards the SDGs agenda, we need to start early. So being a youth organization, we never historically were in touch with, let's say, the kids, educating the kids. But then looking at the progress that we made for the SDGs, we realized that, okay, we need to focus on the kids. We need to make sure that they are aware at an early age what the sustainable development goals are, so that they start early. By 2030, some of them are going to be adults. Some of them are going to be in their teenage years. And those are the habits that are going to form up to them becoming, let's say, more sustainable and responsible citizens for the world. And most of the initiatives that we do have been through partnerships. So we have this incredible partnership, we call it Feed the Planet. It focuses on SDG 12, responsible consumption and production. And what we do in that partnership is we partner with Electrolux Food Foundation and the World Association of Chefs. We go to schools, our members of ISEC globally, and we deliver lessons on SDG 12 to the kids. We have crafted this wonderful kids-friendly curriculum for the kids that is very visual, that is very pictorial, that is very fun for them to understand the importance of what's on their plate, what can be on their plate, how can they store food, how can they, let's say, if they don't want to eat something, how to communicate to their parents, or how to really, let's say, dispose of the waste of the food. And that really made a difference. And not just about the kids, that also raises connection to the quality of education that we want to deliver. And when we deliver these lessons to the kids, we've had teachers and even headmasters of the schools reach out to us that we wish that we received an education like this, because if we did many years ago, probably the world would be in a very different state right now. And this partnership was launched in 2017, and in 2019 was one of the best years before the pandemic, and we managed to educate 30,000 young kids, consumers, and adults regarding the sustainable food habits. So this is the power of placing confidence and placing focus on youth and kids towards building a sustainable future, and also the power of partnerships.
So one example of an amazing youth-led organization that I was able to play a small role in at the early days was the Sustainable Oceans Alliance, which I know Jeremy knows well, and probably a few others in the room today. They're really the preeminent network and community of ocean sustainability organizations, companies, change makers, investors, and the like. And they have an accelerator program which has taken off over the last few years of different ocean tech startups. And the origin story came from a woman named Daniela Fernandez, the founder, who is a remarkable woman. And she was at Georgetown University as a junior in college, and I happened to be just starting Coral Vita in an incubator program named Halcyon Incubator across the street from Georgetown in Washington, D.C. And we ended up being connected, and she was telling me that she, had started this school club at Georgetown that was around, ocean issues and how she knew that these challenges facing our world's oceans is such an enormous problem that most people don't really relate to. And one of the most interesting parts about it was she was from Chicago and went to DC and had actually at the time, I believe, never even been in the ocean. But she knew about the magnitude of the problem and felt that there was something that we needed to connect more youth into this and have their voices in the conversation. And so we ended up collaborating and starting to work together then, and she, with her leadership, grew this to an organization that started in universities with chapters of hundreds of universities eventually, I believe, and really just sharing knowledge about the issues and then transitioning to solutions to some of these problems. And since then it's grown, and it's still primarily youth-led and all these young organizations, and they have the chapters at universities around the world. And it just really, we were privileged to be one of the first kind of companies in their original cohort that came about, and it has an incredible network all around the world, and just goes to show what, you know, the young people can do and the change you can make when you put your mind to it and your passion and your energy. Even, you know, it was just a group of college kids that decided they wanted to do something good for the ocean, and it's grown into an amazing organization since then. So that's a great example to look to. Yeah.
I think one project that has been really instrumental in like how like young people have been able to like work and make change is just like the culture of the climate movement. Like with the climate strikes, it was showing the constant awareness of the fact that we have to have a call for moral clarity within our economic and political systems. And it was us backing it with policies like, as you know, for a really good example is in New York City with the Climate and Community Investment Act. In 2020, we had climate strikers going out, talking to people that were coming from work on lunch break, or were just walking around New York City right before the climate strike. And then we went to the climate strike, had signs all about the bill, and afterwards we're going right into a testifying room where we talked about our experiences as young people and also scientists that joined us and so many other stakeholders. And I think right after that bill, like right after the testimony, the bill passed. But before that, no one expected it to pass because they're like, oh, this is too ambitious, too democratic. It's no Republican will vote for it. But once we told our stories and actually talked about the fact that this is our future, then they understood, something clicked in their brain. They were like, wait, politics isn't just about the power. It isn't just about the fact that, oh, I'm going to get votes and be here for a career. It's about the impact of the work. And we reminded them of that from young people kind of being like a face of the future. We go into those spaces and we're showing them the action not taken. We're showing them if you don't have the bravery to just do what's right, then we're going to pay the brunt of it. It's not just you, it's everyone that's behind you. And that's so crucial in a lot of the work that we're doing now with Wake Up, which will continue to tell those stories and also link that to action. Because storytelling is great, but after they watch that video or experience that virtuality experience or are in that mindset of understanding the solutions that are needed, we kind of link them to say, hey, you can volunteer with an organization like Coral Vita or the work that organizations here are doing, and saying, let's bring that down to action. I think young people have that type of energy to like make people understand that they have to get involved.
Jerome, I love that, and thank you. I think one of the most important climate actions that anyone can do is just to tell your story and just to listen to other stories. I think that could be the most impactful thing in our communities. So thanks for highlighting that, all of you in your work. Thank you. So we are here during New York City Climate Week, during the UN General Assembly. We each have our stories and we each have an important message that we want to bring to the General Assembly. And I just wanted to give you an opportunity to just, say that message that you have and the story that you're going to be telling this week at the UN General Assembly, and what you'd like the GA to hear. Let's just say that all of the GA is here and you're about to speak to them, and that what is your message?
I don't remember that one on the prep sheet. Now we're going off the top of our heads here.
We had a few more minutes, so I snuck one in.
Yeah, no, I like it. I think one key message to send is that the time is now and the solutions are already here. Like, we don't need to be thinking about how we can transition these solutions, and do the R&D. Obviously, it's important to continue developing new technologies and new methods, et cetera, but it's really just a lack of willpower. We have the technologies, we have the solutions, we know what we're doing to the planet and what we need to do in order to repair the planet and restore it. And so stop looking around for what we need to do and pretending like we don't know. We clearly have the answers. There are the solutions out there. The only thing lacking is the political will and the decision making that is lacking leadership. And so that I think is the key that everyone needs to change.
I think if I was speaking to the UN or like to people that are in that space, it's just talking about the solutions that are needed, because oftentimes they get clouded in just talking about the problem. They're like, oh, let's reiterate the problem 50,000 times in different speeches, and I'll say the same thing in a different word. But I feel like I would actually talk about the fact that they just need to end subsidies for the fossil fuel industry. Like, that's the first thing it can do. Like, we can talk about all the climate investments that are happening, but if we're still playing both sides of the field and not really standing your ground and actually only focusing on renewable energy and not fossil fuels, then that's how we get to that future. I would tell them that they need to fulfill the lost and damaged funds for frontline communities, because this isn't just climate change of the future. This is actually happening right now, and real lives are dying. Like, a third of Pakistan is underwater. Like Puerto Rico is literally underwater right now, and people are sitting here talking about, oh, well, let's talk about like carbon pricing. That's not the real solution. The real solution is funding the communities. And for everyday citizens, I would tell the leaders is to actually inform young people, to have a climate curriculum in schools, and to make sure people have recycling bins in their communities, ways they can tap into actually making change, because we can't be responsible for their failures. Every time they say, oh, well, you should be doing these small individual things to stop this massive system of climate change. Well, no, it's the systems that politicians put in place that we have to live within. We shouldn't have to clean up their mess. It's them, and they have the responsibility. And I think it's just for them to continue working with us, because oftentimes they go into these spaces, they leave, they do negotiations and go home. They never talk to the NGOs that are here doing the work. Like, if they actually worked with organizations that are restoring coral reefs, they work with organizations that are actually making sure people that are incarcerated have the ability to come out of that work and work in environmental restoration, that's a way in which they can create real change. We have to get to the point where we're doing that work. So, I don't know, that would be my words.
I'll respond to that real quick. Yeah, I love what you're saying, and I'll be transparent here. I've kind of lost a lot of faith in the leadership and organizations like the UN. You introduced me as a UN Young Champion of the Earth, and I spent a lot of time with, I've been to a lot of general assemblies and different events before, and what I've come around to is it's the solutions that Jerome is bringing that is going to make the change. Like, we cannot rely on our politicians and leaders to do anything at all unless we force them to do it. Like, I talked to the second highest ranking person at the UN, and they were like, the only way to change it is to hold their feet to the fire. And the only way that there's actually going to be systemic, meaningful change in these spaces where we can go up and give talks and say as much as we want on stage and be inspiring, but unless organizations like yours actually inspire the population to come up and stand up for our rights, to stand up for what we need to do in climate change, and make sure that we're never going to elect an official to any elected position, or you're not going to appoint somebody to the UN that the population of the United States says like they're a horrible person, they're not dealing with climate change. And so I think the most powerful thing that we can do as like a society and a community is really to have these conversations, to come together and to know that like it is up to us. We can hold them responsible, and really that's the only way we can make the systemic change.
I may just add to that. So young people today and over the past week, we've seen a lot of side events that have been happening, a lot of meaningful conversations, dialogues that have been happening, and it gives me hope. But on the other side, I do see as a young person myself, that we are being heard, but what are the resources what is the support that we are getting that can actually lead to an action? And I will quote a speaker that I attended a panel yesterday, Nadi from UNICEF, and she said, it's not just about youth voices, it's about youth action. And the young people or the initiatives that we have, they're incredible. We have incredible ideas. We have the ideas, if they were put to action, SDGs would be achieved. But we need the support from the people, from the institutions that have the power to influence and actually impact masses. And what I would say in addition to that is just keep placing your confidence in young people, include them more in policies, include them more in the actions that you're actually going to be implementing, because the decisions that you are taking today are going to shape the future, and the future is going to be young people. You're shaping our world, and we need to have a say in that, and we need accountability for those decisions.
Yeah, I love being the last speaker on this because I get to agree with a lot of what's been said. I'd add into it because I think when we talk about this is one where it's not just moving, it's not just ending the fossil fuel subsidy, right? It's moving it to somewhere we should actually make benefits for the communities, for the nature that we need. We spend $500 billion a year on fossil fuel subsidies. The IMF tells us that actually it's being subsidized by $2 trillion, because at the end of the day, when you think about all the impacts that this negative, the externalities, exactly. So when you think about who's representing us in these forums, and as being a fellow, I'm at the UN a lot. I've been to a lot of negotiations. It's very frustrating, especially as someone who's been a youth activist in climate spaces, ocean spaces, going to negotiation rooms. And the trick is, you know, it depends on where you stand. If you're 39 countries, as represented by the Alliance of Small Island States, the UN is the only place where you're going to be paid attention. Right now, part of America, Puerto Rico, is being hit by Hurricane Fiona, and there are other Caribbean countries, but are we getting these kind of the same level of attention? I mean, the whole floods in Pakistan, as the monarch dies, is also an interesting thing as you think about. So whose attention are we getting, and where do we basically try and seek help? So the inequality, the issues that we have in this world, and for SIDS, Small Island Developing States, it's a critical place where we know we've been asking for 30 years for loss and damage, but only now we're talking about it again. For 30 years, the UNFCCC is something actually that the AOCIS was really behind for a long time, and only now are we basically getting here as a communities going to water. I've got a friend from Kiribati, I've got friends from the Pacific now through this fellowship that are losing their homes, not in 10 years, not in 50 years, currently. And you know, I've got friends where the hurricanes have managed to destroy 200% of the economy, plus. So if that would happen to the United States, that would be $50 trillion gone overnight. And there's nobody coming to help you, or there's very few people coming to help you and not in time. So the UN is this place where maybe some of us can basically put out our thoughts, but are we being listened to? As young people, as small island countries, we're losing trust, we're losing faith. And wherever we put our attention and energy, that's where it's going to go forward. So we can either become the leaders we want today in terms of going back home, developing parties, becoming decision makers. I find myself in a place where I can shift policy in Seychelles, but clearly it needs to happen in bigger countries, in bigger arenas. But yeah, I would just like to also remember that in crisis, we have found opportunity. The COVID-19 situation was one where the developed world was able to shift $15 trillion, $15 trillion in 2 years to basically bring out, you know, prevent the worst from happening. $15 trillion compared to $100 billion that's been asked for a while. As it's been said, the solutions are there, the political will is missing. How are we going to hold people to the fire? And who's already being held at the fire right now for other people's sins is the question. So I'll leave it at that, but the UN is a place where we need to take control, or we need to leave it behind and create something new as young people.
Wow, I'm really glad I asked that question. I'd like to give a little perspective too, because I work for local and county government. Maybe Jerome, you might relate to this, but I've been working in government for over a decade now, and one of the problems that I really see is that governments don't think that people care, and people think that governments don't care. And you should see the chaos that ensues in my office when a resident emails a mayor or an elected official asking about, you know, what are we doing about climate change? Or where's the charging stations? I want to buy an electric vehicle because I'm concerned about my carbon emissions. And just a simple email like that, and how it can totally change like the course of my entire week as a sustainability professional is very welcomed. So I'm really glad to be a part of such a disruptive panel here, and just create that chaos is really what I'm trying to say. So I want to give an opportunity for some of the questions that might be on the internet before I move on.
Wonderful. So we have two questions here. The first being recognizing that as accomplished young leaders, you have all made your way into this space and been able to create really great impact. And for some of these emerging young leaders, we're curious how we go about the process of overcoming some of the challenges of first getting started when it comes to activism and finding your voice in this space. And could you speak to the role of creating community and good mentorships and what that has done to help serve you along your journey of this work? And then we have a second question here, which really is, I think, semi-answered, but interesting still, which is what constitutes for you as meaningful engagement and action when it comes to like being in spaces like this in an international arena?
I'm happy to go for that first question for sure. I would say, get into this space, mentorship and community has been key. You can't do anything alone. You can't do what's meaningful alone, that's for sure. I was very lucky to not only have parents who, one was a farmer, one was an artist, who were in love with nature, took me hiking, took me snorkeling, took me fishing. We're on this tiny island in the middle of the ocean, and I understood exactly how blessed and lucky I was to be in this space. And my parents were a critical part of that. I also was able to be part of an organization where our CEO is this accomplished scientist. She's managed to do so much with young people. So I knew I was just one of many mentees to her. But for 5 years, I was able to understand how she ran a whole organization, a public trust, that does amazing things for her community, for the islands, and for the region, and dare I say the world. Because these people, if you have mentors, they can make sure that you don't repeat the mistakes they made. They can show you, they can allow you to swim in the deeper waters without drowning. And they can ensure that you basically meet the right people and take the right paths, even sometimes when you may disagree with them. And that's part of the process. So having mentorship is key. And I think for me, it's a case where the community of people in our organization has done amazing work, whether it's around energy, whether it's around conservation, policy, the list goes on. But I was able to dip into so many things. And as a young person, you may not know exactly where you may end up, but to be able to pick and mix, that's a really a privilege that only a community or a mentor can provide you. So I highly recommend finding people. It could be your parents, could be teachers, it could be your employer, could be your colleague. They'll be the people who will be able to take you further. And I think, we all have Instagram these days, we all have Twitter these days. There's many young people here today in the Climate Week that you can reach out to. And chances are, I think people will want to talk back to you and help out as much as they can. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I guess I'll add to that the support network of your mentors, your colleagues, your friends is like essential as you go through this journey. And there's a lot of high highs, and there's also some really low lows that come with taking this kind of entrepreneurial route or, trying to make change in our communities. And so being able to have a bit of a support network that you can lean upon really helps as you try to persevere through the challenges you face, because if you're expecting it to be a smooth, easy journey, you're probably going to be rudely awakened by some challenges along the way. And so just being able to keep that perspective and have really the network of friends and family and mentors that you're able to have these conversations with and openly share with is really important as you grow on your path.
I can add to that. I would say, as a person who used to have social anxiety a lot, be courageous and be bold. And this is coming from, again, a person who has experienced a lot of insecurities in the past, a lot of awkwardness when it comes to approaching new people. But you will be surprised how much kindness there is out there. You'll be surprised how much empathy there is out there and how much support that could be out there for you. And even if you feel that you're starting from ground zero, the world is so much more connected now. Go to LinkedIn, search for the people or search for the sector that you want to get contacts with, and just start sending them messages about getting connections or getting mentorship. And it's as easy as that. And if it works out for that person, it's okay. It's great. And if it does not, move on to the next person. And I can guarantee you there will be somebody out there who's gonna link you up to organizations, mentors, people who can fund your projects. And yes, there is a good world out there, even though at times it might not seem like that.
think when it comes to mentorship, a lot of advice that I would give is to use the email lists that are on the bottom of websites. Like, I got involved in activism by just like emailing Sunrise Movement and like 0 Hour and like all these like organizations that were like youth led and like asked people to get involved. And I 100% thought they'd never get back to me. They were like, oh, I just sent the email, okay, I just gotta go back to class. But then like 2 days later they responded and it's like, oh, here's a way you can plug in. Like, you make websites, we're actually like, you can help with making this website, like, because we're having a strike next week. And I was like, okay, cool. And I got linked into that. So I think so many ways is just by connecting on social media, like just oftentimes like the most obvious ways to connect are the best ways to connect, because it's like there's people that are out there that are like their whole job is to like make sure people are welcome into the movement, because we need more people and people on the ground that are like willing to volunteer and be a part of it.
For the second question about meaningful engagement, I was thinking about, again, youth voices and youth action. I think when it comes to meaningful engagements, whether it's youth engagements or whether it's policies and decision making, I feel like representation is very important. And representation not just in terms of geography, but in terms of young people as well. And right now, again, when there are young people that are involved, let's say, in dialogues and in consultations, but are there advices, are there suggestions, are there frustrations are actually being addressed in the kind of decisions or the kind of discussions that are happening at the higher tables that we as young people probably don't have access to. So we should have accountability to that. That I would count as a meaningful engagement. And apart from that, I would say tangible metrics so that we can really track the kind of impact that we are creating. I think for not-for-profits, it can be somewhat of a challenge, but I think for this, there needs to be support from expert organizations, expert corporations that can actually offer their support, experts that can offer their support to not-for-profits to actually be technical in terms of the impact we create, in terms of the projects that we create that are, let's say, more sustainable, more impactful, and more long-term, so that we can keep that impact going consistently.
Yeah, adding on, I think it's a case of, representation is something I clearly want to speak to, because I remember one of the mentors I've managed to see from afar, Dr. Asha Devos, who's a Sri Lankan marine biologist. What she definitely puts out a lot of the time is the case that 70% of the world's coasts are found in the developing countries, global south, sorry. And the amount of researchers that are coming from developing countries, from the global south, doesn't match that. There needs to be a huge amount of investment, and that's where the meaningfulness comes in. Who's able to go in their communities, go into their shores, and really understand what's going on and bring this information back to the communities. If it just goes to some library, goes to some paper and sits there, what's the point? So these results, this ability to have people on the ground, taking things forward, growing themselves, growing their communities, becoming more resilient, becoming more aware, that's a key part of meaningfulness. I think it's also a case of we all get the chance to speak for ourselves, for sure, but then we also get the chance to speak for our communities, even our countries. What I know is important to do, and I think, again, one of the lessons I've learned is having evidence-based approaches. I think it's about consulting people that you speak on behalf of. It's about being in touch with them. If you're going to speak on a panel, if you're going to talk, that's going to be something where maybe you need to speak to 10 people, maybe you need to speak to 100 people, maybe you need to go to that place again, even though it's your community, maybe you haven't been there for a while. So it's about really bringing forward stories that other people might not be able to tell, and making sure you tell it on their behalf. Meaningful for me also means money. It means that actual results can happen when you've got the right kind of technology going on, the right kind of policies. And if you have those projects waiting, as we do have in smaller and developing states, in the global south in general, there's plenty of good ideas, there's plenty of good people who can make things work, but there's no money. And so that money needs to actually be there. So that's meaningful as well.
I think when it comes to talking about meaningful engagement, a lot of that comes to not just when it comes to policy, but like how does that policy interact with the people on the ground? Like a lot of actions that have stymied my work in the White House has been them saying, oh, we need to do research on this, and talking about evidence-based claims. They were like, oh, well, we're going to do evidence, we're going to collect evidence for 50 years. And then after 50 years, we're going to do something like that. And it's like, well, let's actually make sure we hold like intangible evidence to account as well, like stories from indigenous people, like projects, seeing it on the ground right there, saying that we don't have a seawall, but there's sea level rise happening. That's evidence-based. You don't have to, each individual stakeholder have to come and do research over and over again. We have to make sure that we're working together and have that engagement that is free, prior, and informed. Like oftentimes when it comes to engagement, they just think, oh, we're just gonna come and build something over here. We're gonna talk about, like, in the case of Hurricane Katrina, where they had engagement, they said from the federal government, we're gonna give relief to Louisiana after the hurricane and build resources. But what happened is environmental racism came into play, where that engagement turned into being stymied away, and only rich and wealthy white communities got the resources that they need. And now to this day, black and brown communities literally have broken homes. Like, they're living in spaces that their house was destroyed, and they are living in tents now. Like, that's not proper engagement. It has to be equitable, it has to be fair, and it has to be just. Engagement has to, can't just be hyper-localized people that are already safe and already insulated from the climate crisis.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to open it up to our audience that are live here in person. If there's any questions or comments that you have for the panel, please feel free to raise your hand, and I think someone can maybe meet you with the mic, or maybe you can just speak really loud and we can hear you from here. Any questions? Okay, yes.
Yeah, I had a question for Jerome. I remember earlier you said that you were talking about, earlier you were talking about the IRA, and also separately you were talking about, you know, how certain like politicians groups were like trying to play both sides, and just now talking about, you know, how important it is that meaningful engagement really means giving money to black and brown communities, and, you know, having like that equitable distribution. And while the IRA has been like, you know, a starting point for us, I feel like there's a long way to go. And so I wanted to hear what role you may play in trying to, you know, push for more equitable agendas in the future, and extensions of the IRA if possible.
Yeah, absolutely. When it comes to IRA and other bills like it, I co-chair the Justice 40 initiative, which is making sure that 40% of all of these investments go to frontline communities. And what that actually means is that we request meetings with federal agencies like the Department of Education, Department of Defense, saying these funds that go to specific initiatives, say when it comes to carbon capture, they build one location and we say, actually, that is actually not only collecting CO2 emissions, not talking about PM 2.5 or other chemicals that are also plaguing the community. That's one way that we make sure it's environmentally just. Another way is by making sure that the timelines are just, because oftentimes a lot of the federal programs are in timelines that are way outside of our commitments. Like President Biden basically campaigned on 50 to 52% emission reductions by 2030 on 2005 levels, and a lot of the campaigns are not even going to be finished until around 2050. Like, that's not environment. That's not what we're fighting for. And a lot of the implementation continues on into like the work of in the midway of it's being implemented, because a lot of the grants, so in the Inflation Reduction Act, there are $3 billion in community grants where communities can petition for projects that they see in their community that they need. And we need transparency in that process as well, because oftentimes it's only big universities or NGOs that have been working for about 30 years that are only established in New York and LA or like big metropolitan regions, and most rural communities don't have access to it. So a lot of it is making sure that we review every single process and check every single step, because the federal government is siloed, it doesn't work in timelines, it's slow, it doesn't update people, and we're overhauling that entire system because it's just broken at the moment. So that's kind of the work that I do behind the scenes.
Any other questions? Okay.
Hey everybody, my name is Thomas, and I just started a new organization based on, hopefully it's going to be a global innovation lab based on youth-based climate solutions. I went to my first COP last year and was also disappointed for a lot of different reasons, but I'm curious, when you talk about building something new versus trying to change the system from within, I'm probably in favor of building something new. Have you seen successful examples of cross-country collaboration for youth? I think the Sustainable Oceans Alliance sounds like a really great example, but I'm curious for other examples for young people across geopolitical boundaries as a potential alternative to a UN meeting, for example.
Happy to start that conversation and highlight a couple of case studies. So, in addition to being a sustainable ocean island, my brain's going out. Sustainable Ocean Alliance Ocean Lead as well, and I know there's several people in the room who are SOA based. They're not just passing on; they're passing on policy and microgrants and making those connections. But I'm also a global shaper, so that's a World Economic Forum initiative, and I think it's about going back to city hubs and being able to basically use the leverage of the World Economic Forum to go to funders, to go to policymakers. They really can't say no to you because then you start making a lot of noise. So there's a lot of, 15,000 youth around the world, about 500 hubs, and basically we're able to leverage the kind of power that the World Economic Forum has and the Global Shaper has to basically do projects. So one of the projects I was able to start in Seychelles was the Environmental Youth Leadership Program. We managed to secure $50,000 to basically get young people in Seychelles to become climate leaders. And I think what we were able to do is partner with existing organizations already there. So we have the SIDS Youth Aims Hub. That's a really small island states focused NGO that is basically, again, really working in these spaces to bring local and community projects to the forefront to, again, create more leaders that are young, but also actually do the kind of work, whether it's nature-based solutions, whether it's education, whether it's literacy, ocean literacy, nature literacy, really creating some kind of intangible resilience, while also talking to policymakers. So there's existing things happening amongst regions, and especially in the youth dimension, those exist. An alternative to the UN, right now I don't see anything like that. I would say we need to understand how much we put into things. Do we put 90% into something that's not working, or are we able to put 10%? Are we able to put 20%, 80%? I don't know. So these are kind of individual discussions. I think the UN is still something that is there. It's not going to go away, but we need to know how much are we going to actually spend time there versus maybe creating something new that can maybe take on greater responsibilities, take on greater action, but it's not disappearing anytime soon. I think, yeah, I'll stop.
You go first. So a few things came to mind, and Sustainable Oceans Alliance, definitely check that out. And then a couple others that I've kind of tangentially connected with over the years, which are interesting, and it'll definitely take the kind of hold the politicians' feet to the fire to really make any of these systemic governance changes. But one to look out for is an organization called the Center for United Nations Constitutional Reform, CUNCUR, and they are teaming up a bit with an organization called the World Federalist Union. And those are some pretty interesting groups to be involved with. There's a lot of youth that are involved as well, and they're all about trying to reform the governance systems that we have on a global level, whether that be, the UN and supercontinental organizations, and the EU and those types of structures. And I do think there's kind of a balance that needs to be played in terms of, starting something new versus reforming from within. I mean, probably need both, and where they really link together and mesh is going to be really important. And both of those organizations are kind of trying to play in that space and see how to shift change.
I can add to that. I'm actually also a global shaper. So, but talking about Isaac, because global shaper he introduced already. So we are also a youth-led organization. We are in 107 nations across the world. And in every country chapter, we have local committees. And local committees are the ones that are actually executing or creating these volunteer projects. And we'd be happy to collaborate. One of the reasons why, so I'm one of the 2 representatives from Isaac during this week. And one of the reasons why we are here is actually to collaborate or find more alliances with organizations and other partner organizations that could be there for us to evolve our projects more, to be more impact oriented. And a lot of our projects also receive support from our corporate partners that we have that really want to, let's say, accelerate their UN Global Compact alliances, their ESG strategy. And we also receive support from some of the UN agencies as well. So I think it's also learning from us that we are looking for more expert organizations that are actually having a lot more reach to create more impact, because it's only if we join hands together and really collaborate to amplify the impact and the world that we want to see in the future.
I will say when I was younger, I am young now, but when I was really young, I thought that the best thing that I could do is try and change from within. And I really burnt out very quickly doing that, because you're moving a huge ship. I mean, I work for local government, it's still a huge ship that we're moving. And so that external force of activity happening really does help to accelerate the work that I do in local government. And a really good example of that is when a few years ago, all of the organizations working on oceans decided they wanted to focus on ocean plastic. And all of a sudden, everyone was talking about plastic. And the idea of banning plastic bags in the state of New Jersey was like, never gonna happen, don't even ask the question. It was like overnight for us. We were like, this makes sense. Why are we not doing this? Everyone's talking about it, and this is something that we can impact. So it's just one little example, but we ban plastic bags, we're banning styrofoam, we're banning all these things that we never thought we would be able to do. And it's because of that external force that really helped us to feel like it's less of a risk for us as government to move forward with that kind of initiative. Are there any other questions? Yes, in the back.
Thank you guys so much. This was absolutely fantastic. I am not a young person anymore, so I appreciated this. My question is, so I'm from a faith-based organization, and so I just wanted to see, since it sounds like they're confidence-wise, right, in the UN and some of these other governmental organizations isn't high, that what has been your experience with maybe your own faith organizations or other faith organizations, and if there's a possibility for a solution there as well. And then kind of a second part to that is that if there isn't or is, what can faith-based organizations do to help elevate that youth voice and other issues too? Thanks.
I know that one thing a lot of faith-based organizations can do is continue to make sure that they're working in tandem with other. I think interfaith organizations play a critical role in the civil rights movement. Like almost all the marches were planned in churches and in synagogues and mosques, and that led to a lot of the change that we see today. And I think that weaving into narratives of preachers that are given every Sunday or every day of week that they're given is making sure that we tie that to social change, because faith is really just targeting your identity and just saying, hey, I believe in this higher power, I believe in this higher cause, and that higher cause could be something like morality, and talking about the climate crisis and talking about system change, because that's also another form of faith as well. So I think that's another way you can do that.
I definitely think there's a huge role for faith-based organizations and for faith to play in the climate movement, and really the shift in all type of culture that we're undergoing right now. And the climate, in my opinion, kind of is a central hub that underpins a lot of different societal change that's happening in our world. And with increasing automation and trying to think through the future of education and the future of jobs and what really brings meaning to people's life in the decades and centuries ahead, when we think about how different the global economic system can be if we are able to hold it together and keep it progressing, is a very interesting conversation. And when you have artificial intelligence, when you have the different kind of automation techniques so that you don't need as much manual labor, and how do people really spend their time, what really gives meaning to our lives and our communities, and being able to tie that with the things we need from nature and from each other and our communities to live worthwhile and fulfilling lives is a central piece to how we're going to be able to address these issues and restructure our society in a way that makes sense for the future. And so figuring that out is, the central piece of the puzzle that I think, we all have to find our own faith within.
Small caveat of being an atheist / agnostic, I would definitely say, agreeing with Jerome in the sense of, the role that churches play. And I think it's quite interesting, working with the president of Seychelles, he's actually an Anglican priest. And he came to power in 2020 after 43 years of a country basically having one party in power, 43 years. And so he was really instrumental in thinking about democracy and really getting people in his denomination and beyond to really back him. And I think there's a convener of space. I mean, it's interesting, the Vatican has representation at the UN and often speaks out, and for small island states, especially when we're thinking about High Seas Treaty on climate change, they tend to agree with us. They are really agreeing with us. And I think that's an interesting thing where there's a lot of resources there, there's a lot of attention there, and the right messages come out to the right people, and I think it's a convener. And I think there's a lot of allyship that comes out, especially when we talk about interfaith, when we talk about smaller and larger denominations. The ability to raise awareness to vast amounts of people is key, but also the kind of lessons that already exist in whether, any other faith, or whether it's in the Quran, whether it's in the Bible, there's already lessons there that can be applied to today's things that we're going through. And for me, inequality is something that, the climate change crisis, any other ecological crisis, inequality is a root cause between and within generations. And so there's a lot of things I think these religions, most religions, if not all religions, speaks to when we have inequality. So there's lessons that already exist in that can be brought out and connected.
And I'd just like to give a shout out to Green Faith, because we've definitely worked with them in many different ways, and they're creating an amazing interfaith coalition all around the world. I think they're global. So, yeah. Are there any other questions? Yes, we have another one up front here.
My name is Bodie Patil from Canada. I just had a super quick question about how we can leverage this note of intergenerational collaboration for ocean climate action in particular, and if y'all have any super concrete case studies of what's worked, because I ask a lot of industry and professionals, and oftentimes it can't point to specific case studies of what's been extremely successful, and I'm trying to dig deeper, and I know you guys will have the answers, or we will.
I can come in quickly. I mean, I think there's private settings and there's public settings. And there's situations where you can advise each other. I mean, as a young person speaking to someone from a different generation, and that is not always as public as it is the other way around. And so I've been in settings where basically I am given the information needed, and maybe something happens, maybe something doesn't happen. But I think it's a clear example on the panel right now, having Jerome here is something where there's definitely some kind of intergenerational, if I can say that, there's somewhere where a young person's been recognized and brought into this country's highest office, if I'm not mistaken. So there's something there to be looked at and replicated. But I think it's about how these things start, and that's something for Jerome to really talk to, I think. So I think these examples do exist, but they're not always so public.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I was thinking, Jerome's a shining example too, but the organizations like the Sunrise Movement and like Black Lives Matter and all these youth-led movements that we've seen over the past, handful of years have been able to fight their way to a seat at that table and to be talking to the politicians and marching into offices. And it hasn't been easy and it hasn't been clean, but they've been able to make it work and make it happen. And there's some of the, more powerful voices of shifting policy these days are these youth-led organizations, and merging these, the anger and the power that the youth can bring to these movements and making their voices heard has been super inspiring for the environmental movement, I feel, and has made a huge difference in how, the conversation has shifted in the political sphere over the past number of years.
I think when it comes to being in intergenerational spaces, it's often the fact of what action comes from it, and not just being able to speak in spaces that have older generations and young people in it, but also valuing the solutions that we bring. Like, there was this specific incident. I was in the White House last week for the celebration of the Inflation Reduction Act, and a conversation about how we implement it later. And I talked about how for young people, we need to make sure that we have, not just in these spaces, but we have in schools ways in which we can train young people that go from high school to university, so they don't have to take a 4-year course and then be able to build a solar panel, but to have vocational courses and training courses that they can have that streamlined transition. And a lot of the backlash was, oh, how dare you talk about only education and not just about the bill itself. And it was talking about, well, why can't we use this money for thinking long term? And oftentimes policies only thinking so short term, they don't think about the next generation. They only think about the immediate people that will follow them up and run against them in re-election, have the ability to be in power. And we have to continue to show that we aren't just a talking point in speeches. We aren't just talking about, oh, intergenerational unity is needed, and it's so great that that young people will skip school and raise their voices. But it's about the statements that we had. It's about the demands that we fought for to be here. And I think that in the next decade, we'll see that the call for young people to be part of this movement will continue to grow. But I think it will show that our demands were holistic in that sense. Bringing it back to this panel right now is thinking about how do we make sure that solar panels aren't just a slap on a community, and not just thinking about the underlying roots of where is it placed. Is it placed in indigenous communities? Is it placed in a space that can be used for communities to organize together? Young people have that perspective because we've grown up and we see the faults of the system. We see that we shouldn't have to live in a world where a tree is only seen for its capital or its exploitation. We see it as its positive benefit to the community.
We have some time for a couple more questions if anyone wants to ask.
Hi. So it'll probably be kind of tough to come up with this on the spot, so no worries if you can't. But are you guys familiar with the SMART goals? So specific, measurable, attainable, So out of this week, there's tons and tons of conversations and meetings and things going on. If you could have one takeaway from this week that furthers your mission, your personal goal is that, oh, I met a funder, or, oh, I met this person to volunteer to build my website. Like, for each of you, what is that one specific thing that brings value to this week? It doesn't have to be SMART, but that would be brownie points for sure.
There are several examples, but I'd like to talk about the ones that are maybe a bit more private and wouldn't come out often. Yesterday I was able to take part through the World Economic Forum again, a private discussion when we were talking about the business case for climate adaptation. We know there's plenty of money in mitigation. It's public money. And domestically, I mean, the IRA is doing that, right? In the EU, there's movement and it's not going as fast as we want it to go. Clearly not fast enough to small island developing states, but it's definitely momentum in mitigation. Adaptation, it's not anywhere near where we need it to be. And so I'm interested in getting in the business sector, in the private sector, because they've got the trillions that we need. And so we were able to at least work on a paper that is identifying key, I would say, interventions by private donors, private organizations, corporations that want to make profit but also believe in the purpose, but also understand that this is existential for the planet, for themselves, for their profits. And so there was a business case made for climate action, and there are issues with it. There's a long way to go, but having a policy statement, having clear recommendations for the private sector to get involved, to start putting ideas, resources, dare I say it, finances, in the right places. That's something that came out yesterday that I'm continuing into COP and hopefully continuing to next year. Whether we get compensated for these things is the different story, but it's about where do you want to see the change? Where do you want to see people start moving? And I like the analogy you were saying about a big ship and being able to move it. It's inertia. You won't see things happen very quickly as we need, but something's got to give somewhere. So that was something I saw.
I think one takeaway from this week has been the fact of all these summits occurring and all the panels and discussions, and also being in policy spaces and seeing how little we're listened to. And I think the overarching idea is that we can't continue to have valueless access in these spaces. Like, we're in so many different conversations and so many different just on and on dialogues that really lead to just the same place that we started. And I think we have to move from that sense of valueless access to value-filled action, because value-filled action is where it actually is going to happen. Like, we have to be in these spaces and make sure that we're pressing on demands that are actionable, because oftentimes we're going in there and young people are in these spaces and we're being heard, but what are we saying? What are we demanding? And how are they responding to us other than listening? Because oftentimes, especially in the US, especially in rich, wealthy countries, they have these listening sessions. They listen to youth, but there's no follow-up. There's no action items. There's no 2 weeks from now we're going to implement this to make sure that it's actually attainable for other people. That's what has to happen past this week, because we can't keep having summits in 2050 saying, oh, well, we have passed the tipping points. We passed the tipping point. We should be at the point where we're not just having these discussions anymore. We don't have to sit here and listen to people. We listen to the action, really.
I guess I've been pleasantly surprised at the amount of meaningful events and conversation there's been outside of the political space here in New York this week, and I've spent very little time doing anything in the political arena this week, but I've been able to attend a number of really awesome events that have been put on by different philanthropies around the city, and there is a lot of support and momentum out there, especially in the ocean space where I'm particularly working. And I was at an event yesterday where Bloomberg announced he was pledging $200 million for ocean conservation funding through his philanthropy. And that's not going to solve the issues, but it is a good way to help leverage philanthropy to create meaningful steps in the right direction, where you can then create the kind of industries and policies that are needed to really shift things on a global level. And so I guess you can definitely take a positive out of this week here in New York at the amount of support and funding and passion, energy there has been well outside the UN building for these kind of issues that we're working to address.
This week has been very hopeful, I would say, but that's coming from the dialogues that I've had with youth organizations, not-for-profits. And one thing that I observed was that all of us are doing incredible things, but a lot of us are doing very similar things in our own realities. And we at ISEC, so our membership creates volunteer projects in their own communities. And a lot of these young people who are new join the organization, and then they develop their own projects. So one of my learnings was, how about these young people that we have in ISEC can actually help scale up the initiatives that are already there in the youth organizations that some of us here are a part of, or perhaps in other events that I attended. So that rather than creating something new, we're actually helping amplify and scale up the other initiatives that could be out there and actually accelerate the progress instead of starting from ground zero. So that's what I'm looking forward to, and actually implementing it. And to make it time bound, we would be looking forward to doing it in next year, but actually started right after I come back to my office. So yeah.
Thank you. That was a really good question. My favorite part of going to UN conferences is finding all the parties, but also, finding all of the amazing people that are working there that I could sort of learn more from and bring some of their solutions home to my work. And I get to do that quite often. So, okay, so at this time, I'm actually going to ask a final question, which hopefully can be rolled into some closing remarks. Because we are pretty much almost up with our panel today. So we know, and the audience knows very well, the climate crisis and what it means for people around the world, some of which we have not met yet, and what it means for our future and for our future economies. We really do truly understand what's at risk here. But we wake up every morning and we continue the fight, and we continue to work on climate change and social issues. And I just wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about what keeps you hopeful and and continuing to do this work today and beyond.
I guess I'll start. I usually have a bit of a cop-out quote by Gramsci, where it's basically pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will. And it's a bit of a situation where you have to understand that how bad we are in. I'm not going to dwell on this too much, but just the one point, if you think about it, the world's biomass that is basically human, right, is 70%. That's the things that we eat, that's the things that we are, that we make into paper, anything. That's 70% of everything alive by weight is us. Only 30% is basically in the ocean, in the forests, and wild. And things the way it's going, it's unless we have some drastic issues brought up and actions, more coral vitas, more policies, more youth involved, this is not going to change. But what gives me a lot of hope is nature is able to vitalize itself, regenerate. I've seen populations of turtles increase by 500% in 40 years because of the right protections in places like Seychelles. So nature gives me hope. After that, I guess it's be people. Today has given me a lot of hope. Having more people join the cause, having the right people join the cause, mentors, intergenerational dialogues, intergenerational relationships and actions. I see that on a lot of cases. Maybe not enough yet, but it's always growing. And people are moving from banking sectors, from the petrochemical industry, from so many industries, and going into what I would call the right place. But I've obviously got a bias. The last thing as well is purpose. For small island developing states, we're in a chapter of the UN, right? 77 years of the UN. It's seen an increase in its membership now to 195 states and observer states. We will, within my lifetime in the current trajectory, see states disappear to the point we get to 160. That's not a figment of our imagination. That is a statement that anybody who lives in a small island developing state, anybody who lives in a low-lying coastal community, there's 65 million people who are living on islands. We have a huge role to play in the world in terms of our culture, our traditions, our way of looking at the world. We're being erased. That's not hopeful, but purpose to survive, purpose to have home, purpose to pass on what we know to generations. That gives me hopeful. You don't have a choice but to have purpose. So when I think about nature, when I think about people and purpose, that helps me kind of continue. And again, it's pessimism of the intellect, but optimism of the will.
I think for me, young people give me hope. And young people that I have interacted with during this week, young people that are back home for me in the organizations that I have not just been a part of, but that I have seen and I look up to. And apart from that, also the stakeholders that place confidence in young people, they are the ones that give me hope. I think one of the things when I think about the state of the world, and I think that's the state of mind of a lot of young people out there, is that the news that we look around, what's happening in Puerto Rico, what's happening in Pakistan, what's happening with the peace around the world, it's in dire need of action for good. And I think what would make us young people more hopeful and, let's say, more optimistic about the future is if we see the same level of desperation for action for good from also the leaders that actually have the power to take that action. So that's what gives me hope, and that's what would make us more hopeful. That's what I would say.
A couple things that give me a lot of hope. One is the beauty of nature that still exists in our world, and being out and seeing the amazing, old growth forests that are still around and the reefs that are thriving. And I think, as much time as people are able to spend getting out in nature, immersing yourself and experiencing it, that's probably the most important thing we can do to be able to, relate to the planet that we're working to try to get into a better harmony with. And like Jeremy was saying, you can see these ecosystems come back to life with remarkable speed when you give them the chance and you give them a little bit of support. And so what really, brings me passion and energy and gives me the motivation to keep doing this day after day is seeing a reef coming back to life, and where we planted corals and them growing and the fish coming and making homes in the corals that you've placed there, and seeing these ecosystems start to rejuvenate is a lot of fuel in the tank to keep going in the right direction. So just being out in nature and seeing that impact. And then the second thing that makes me hopeful is the internet. And the internet comes with a lot of problems. It has facilitated a lot of destruction and consumerism, and it's really tough to understand what's right and what's wrong and what information is the one you should be listening to. But in the end, it also is an incredibly powerful tool that I don't think has really reached its full potential in being able to connect the world in the way it does. And it's the first time ever that humans are able to understand what's going on the other side of the world at any time, and everyone on the entire planet can have access to the same information if managed correctly. I'm not saying that's how it functions right now, and there's a lot of challenges for us as a society to figure out in how we're going to best be able to utilize the technology and information that is possible right now. But it's pretty clear that we're going to have to continue using the technologies and take them to another level in order to be able to solve these global issues that are affecting all of us. And it's possible. Like, the tools are there. We can have these conversations, and for all we know, somebody in Mongolia is watching me speak right now about this on the internet. And so that connectivity that brings us all together is unprecedented. It's never happened in the history of anything, and it unlocks a lot of opportunities as well as challenges.
I think what gives me hope is being radical and holding individuals within our society and economy to account. And I think oftentimes as activists and as advocates, we have to remember that we're instruments of disruption and that we're instruments of change. And what gives me hope is seeing that disruption and seeing that change happen, and by us having the courage to speak truth to power and speak what's often unspoken.
Amazing. Thank you so much to the panelists for opening up to us today. I definitely have way more hope than coming into this room. I didn't think that was even possible, so thank you. Thank you to the engaging audience. Steve, I'm not sure if you have any closing remarks. Okay. Oh, no, you don't? Okay. And I think this concludes our panel. Thank you, and I hope that we can continue having this dialogue during this summit.
Thank you, guys.
Link up and work that we're doing.
You should come to the Bahamas, plant some coral if you want. Man.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Where are you from?
I'm from DC, but live in New York now.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, some organization is basically doing storytelling work, and we want to link that to like action, that people can like read the article about like coral and say like, if you want to help with this.
That'd be great. I think I do have a card in my pocket here. Hopefully. Oh, photo first. Bring it in.
All right, if I can jump on here as well.
Yeah, come in. That's awesome, though. Yeah, he's a DC native through and through, and loves the political scene. Some of his good friends started the Sunrise Movement, actually. And Evan,
I know.
one of the founders, yeah.
Evan, I don't know his last name, but
I forget his last name too. They're like really good buddies. But yeah, that'd be awesome. We'd love to link up. I should have a better answer because we hope it's like this movement that you guys are in the heart of, and that's what's going to make the change in my mind. Like, politicians don't give about anything other than are they going to get elected? But that's a huge power that we have. Like, we are the ones elected. So if we just choose as a society, you're not going to get elected unless you do X, Y, and Z. And we have that, platform, that movement, or, united behind something. We can write new laws, we can change everything. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think it's what it is. It's good seeing you.
Where are you from?
I recognize like your southern accent. A lot of people say that, but I never get that in San Diego. Really? San Diego, they like think I sound San Diego.
It's like San Diego. Southern.
I never South, yeah.
No, you like the way you say your four, like fur, and then like gonna, going.
My wife's from Texas.
I'm from Texas. Dallas. San Antonio. I have friends in San Antonio and El Paso.
So
You probably picked up really cool things.
Well, she is attractive because of this somewhat southern sounding accent. I know how it's just my slow.
I'm Thomas. Thank you for answering my questions. I'm learning about your organization for the first time, which I'm so excited to hear about. Because I'm a born and raised New York City kid. Yeah, I know. Crazy. But I'm going through a lot of the questions right now, starting something new, which I've just done, versus like being able to amplify and contribute to things that's already existing. So I would love to connect and learn more about what you're doing. I don't, unfortunately, LinkedIn's better. It's your 107 Solution, New York, the chapter, that's amazing. I'd love to learn about implementation, that's the ultimate goal. Like next year, we're trying to go looking for props or developing like this dialogue is like, as you guys perfectly summed it up. However, I would love to talk about like ways that you've seen the 107. One of the things I'm trying, it's going to start next month actually, but we're pulling together what we're calling a global working group. So it's only going to be 10 to start. So keeping it at 10, half outside the US and half inside. And just meeting probably once a month with a group text and email chains saying, what are you working on? Talking about anybody, you've done this work before, so I'd love to hear what's worked well, what's worked not. Anyway, thank you so My grandmother actually grew up in Calcutta, Kolkata, on section 1 to 7. Her parents were missionaries, so I've heard stories from her time there my whole life.
You're the main speaker, so we'll be around you. Oh, wait, I'll stay over here.
Okay.
But anyway, very nice to meet you.
There's really good lighting.
Wait, just quickly. You know we don't have a Captain Planet sign. We should like.
You don't have a class and you make signs?
We should.
No, you need the ring.
I have my bag. I have my Captain Planet bag.
Oh, wait. I have my Captain Planet shirt.
Oh, there you go.
Sorry.
He's stricken.
No. In my Chinese shirt, remember, it's a Chinese shirt. There you go. Captain Planet, he's a hero.
Here we go. My bag is over there.
Amy.
Also, I love what you guys in the middle there. Perfect. I love it.
I can't believe you know Captain Planet. You know, some people don't even know.
It's a generation thing.
Yes, 90s.
She was like, eyes were popping. Her eyes were like popping and shiny. This girl has been following.
But also, your project, Mirror of Light, a lot of people know about that project.
Really?
And are inspired. I mean, it was one of the first things that I was like, wow, this is like a solution that we can give to everyone on the planet.
Yeah.
And the UN was talking about it years ago, your project. It's been on the market for how long now?
10 years now.
Yeah,
32 countries.
That's when I joined UN.
There's just too many. That's what I'm frustrated about. There's just too many solutions that actually work that aren't getting the attention they deserve. Like between your project, teaching people how to make their own light sources 10 years ago, with if they were giving that the fossil fuel fees alone to that, just cost me money for nothing. What could you have done by that? Whenever I first heard you spoke.
What's nice is even though we leave, the people making solar lights with pottery, bamboo, we leave them and they just, when we come back, it's just like 100 times bigger.
Exactly. So now they're like, oh, we need to keep fossil fuel for energy sources.
I know, right?
But it's a lie.
You're in the ball.
Yeah, but you're lying because they've been for 10 years teaching people how to get their own light sources.
So do you know, I did a study when I was in grad school. And the paper is 60 to 80% of humanitarian funds go to logistics of moving it from one part of the world to the other part of the world. I'm always like, okay, 50 to 80%. Oh yeah, that's why. How does that mean? Why not just teach the people? Why just not teach the people locally?
Has extreme substance and innovation, because they're still like variable. Like, I think the ability to be transparent about.
I know that, but that's what I've been telling people. It's all about money. And that's the shameful part. And that's why I'm like, we need to just start saying the truth instead of
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 一二三 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
The main thing I would want to say is solidarity amongst youth between and within generations is key. So some of what we discussed
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Steve.
1.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Holistic Climate Solutions Summit hosted here at the Tsuji Center for Compassionate Relief. We're delighted to be welcoming our next panel, which is covering innovative usage of storytelling for media communications on climate awareness and climate action here as we continue to explore what it means to create holistic climate solutions. So I'm now going to pass it over to our moderator for the event, Juan Pablo Celis Garcia.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this session on communicating and raising awareness of climate change. This is Juan Pablo Celis Garcia. I am currently a youth program coordinator at the UN Environment Program, and it's really exciting to have such a great, diverse and panelists that are really bringing so much expertise and stories about what it is to communicate on climate change. Hello to everyone online. Thank you for being with us today. And to everyone who is present here today as well. Please, for everyone online, you could tell us where are you watching us from. If you have any questions, please start writing them down on the chat box. We will welcome them and read these questions towards the end of the conversation. And really excited to be with all of you today. And I want to give the floor first very quickly to each and every one of you to introduce yourself and to tell us a little bit about what you do regarding communication and communicating on climate change issues. So I want to start with you first, Vindra. I know that you are working for Hallmark International Youth Club, and you're also co-founder of TechGrid. And I want you to tell us a little bit more quickly about what are you working on in this organization. Over to you.
Hey everyone. Hey everyone, thank you so much for having me, Juan, and the entire team who put this together. I just want to say I appreciate everyone who made this day come, to pass. I just want to say I'm Vindra. I'm originally from Nigeria, and I was born in Nigeria, but I grew up in Kenya, and I currently live in Bolivia. I'm the founder and president of Hallmark International Youth Club, and also the co-founder of TagGrid, which is tourism from agriculture using the GRID framework. That's a framework coined by the World Bank. I run an organization called Hallmark, like I said before, and Hallmark is based in 13 different countries. Our work is really focused on community organizing and development of rural communities using youth leadership. So that's what really I do, and TagGrid just started. We have TagGrid Ladies, we have TagGrid Youth, and we have just a number of departments within the groups that I run. And as we go on, you guys can learn more about me.
Thank you, Vindra. So I want to head over to Shiv, who is also a youth lead and executive director of TED Countdown and 3H. So please, over to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me, and excited to share the stage with everybody here today. So my name is Shiv. I am based here in New York, and I am currently wearing two different hats in terms of my work for climate. The first one is I am the youth lead at TED Countdown. For those of you who may not be aware, Countdown is TED's larger climate initiative, which is with the goal of rapidly accelerating and highlighting key climate solutions to reach 50% reduced emissions by 2030. So we are constantly looking for people around the world who are championing, creating climate solutions, whatever that may be, whatever industry, whatever type of skill, because we need everything in order to fight the climate crisis. So we're looking at it from that scale. And in terms of my perspective at Countdown, I'm specifically looking at young people. We are working with so many young people across the world who are doing such phenomenal things, and how we communicate, one, their work, but two, the message and the solutions that they're advocating for to a larger global audience. So those are things that I'm working on at TED Countdown. And the work that I do at TED is really fueled by my work that I also do here in New York City. I run an organization. I'm the executive director of a group called Triage, which is over 250 high school and college students based here in New York City. We work all over the 5 boroughs of the city, and we are really championing 2 key goals here. We want to reimagine what public schools look like and sustainable schools in New York City and state. There are over 1.1 million K-12 students, and a lot of them are lower income. And we also have a lot of schools that are in really poor quality in New York City. And what does sustainable schools look like, not only for the 1.1 million New York City students, but we have millions of students across the state. So we're looking really hyper-specifically at local and state policy. And in terms of communications work, we're really specifically always thinking about how do we educate students? How do we bring them into the movement? How do we train them? How do we make sure that they're constantly being educated on several different topics that directly impact them? So I'm excited to talk a little bit more. I do a little bit of everything in terms of hyper-focusing on students, but then also thinking about it from a global perspective and how young people, as well as students, can use their voice and effectively communicate messages to larger global audiences.
Thank you, Shiv. I want to hand it over to Martina Donlan, who is a Senior Public Information Officer at the UN Department of Global Communications. Over to you.
Thank you, Juan. I'm not sure this is working. Is it working? I'm going to use this one. Sorry. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure being on this panel. My name is Martina Donlan, and I'm heading a small climate communications team at the United Nations in the Department of Global Communications. It's a fairly new team that was formed specifically to support the Secretary General's climate agenda, to really put the power of communications behind his policy goals. So we create a lot of digital content for the UN platforms, be it the web, social media. We work with media across the world. We work with our field offices in many countries.
And of course, we work with colleagues across the UN system, with UNEP, with IPCC, with WMO, with those agencies that really have the data and the science on climate. And we try to popularize that, so to speak, simplify it, make it digestible for a general audience. That's what we're trying to do through our website and through all our communications, to really create that bottom-up momentum for significant climate action, while also communicating directly to member states. That's our main task at the UN, right? That's our audience, and we want ultimately see stronger actions from national governments. So that's my job in short.
Thank you, Martina. And over to Aisha, who is climate justice advocate at Fossil Fuel-Free University, and Polluters Out. So over to you, Aisha.
Hello, guys. My name is Aisha. I'm a climate. I'm a climate and human rights advocate, and I like to call myself a storyteller because my job in the influx of human rights advocacy and climate advocacy is actually a great deal of writing. It's poetry. It's sharing the stories of my community and how we've survived multiple extinctions and offering solutions from our perspective to further progress, climate change mitigation.
Thank you very much, Aisha. So I want to have this conversation as interactive as possible. So I'm going to ask you a question. And if you have something, when the panel next to you, if the person has something to ask you about what you're currently doing, please feel free to jump in. So the idea is not just to make an intervention, but either if the person next to you has something that you want to add on to. So please feel free to start. And also we're going to have some interaction with the people online as well, and with the audience in here. So I'll do it right after the questions. So let's get really right into it. I've realized throughout this time, and also before being a part of UNEP, I was a youth advocate, and I was also a youth activist, being out there trying to educate people as well about the importance of environmental issues and why everybody needs to step up on this and take action. And I think that it has been quite challenging to sometimes communicate to audiences that might not have a real interest when it comes to environmental education or to climate change. So I want to ask you directly, how do we effectively amplify and share the experiences in our storytelling in order to communicate directly to the affected, the people affected by the climate crisis? How do you get to those audiences? And how do you share that message of those who are really the ones affected by the climate crisis? Because we should usually, we are here in New York City and we are in the comfortableness of New York City. But what we really forget sometimes is that there's people actually on the ground who are those who have been affected the most by the climate crisis. So how do we communicate effectively this message of the most vulnerable communities? So I want to perhaps start with Shiv, if you want to say a few words.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for me, the way I archingly approach this is that communicating with different people, especially those who are not necessarily interested, I think it's really about finding a way to make it directly relatable to their lives, because we all feel the impacts of the climate crisis right now. And I think removing it from an abstract point of view to something way more concrete is really helpful. And I think a really good example of this is yesterday, for example, as part of Climate Week, I was invited to go take a tour of the Ravenswood power plant here in New York City, and specifically in Long Island City in Queens. And for those of you who may not know about Ravenswood, it generates 20% of New York City's electricity. And with that, there's a ton of emissions that do come, and it's led to such a tangible impact for the areas immediately around it that it's called Asthma Alley. These are populations where half the population is people of color. Directly across the street from Ravenswood is a NYCHA complex, New York City Housing Authority, with over 6,300 public housing residents. And the 3-mile perimeter has the highest rates of asthma in the country. And that's what we're looking at when we're talking about the climate crisis. So we've been doing a lot of work in the area, just communicating with residents and having these conversations. And people may not be super interested in okay, let's talk about what our emissions goals are globally by 2030. But they are interested in hearing about Ravenswood, and they're interested in that tangible impact. Why they and their families and their loved ones have higher rates of asthma, why they're the ones who are being targeted in this type of way, because that is directly what's relating to their lives. And from there, I have been able to see and have more effective communication and conversations about being able to connect that to a larger issue, to a larger systemic issue, but being able to root it in specifically something that's directly across the street from them has been able to prove a lot of efficacy. And I think that to me is one of, if not the strongest way, is you have to be intentional of how you're communicating with people, knowing your audience and knowing what they care about. Talking to parents about their children and the fact that they have asthma, and it's not their fault. They live so close to something that's just constantly churning out pollutants in their air, and that's not fair. That's not fair to them. That's not safe for them, and they deserve a better world. And from there, being able to sketch that image out is what, to me, is one of the strongest ways to move forward.
Thank you, Shiv. Anyone wants to add on to what Shiv's mentioned?
Yeah, I want to pick up on that because I think it's exactly right. If you want to reach someone who's not interested in climate or thinks they is not interested in climate, then meet them where they are. Yeah, meet them in a topic that they are interested in, be it health, air pollution, be it jobs, be it food. There's climate angles to all of that. For instance, jobs. You're interested. Let's talk jobs. Renewable energy will create 3 times more jobs than fossil fuels. It's the future. If your kids are looking on what to study, what to get trained in, well, think about a career in engineering, in solar and wind technology. That's the future. That's jobs. Or air pollution. Are you worried about breathing dirty air? Well, getting rid of fossil fuels will actually also clean up our air. So we're not talking just about climate, we're talking about the issues people care about. Food. Did you know that actually healthier food is also healthier for the planet? So these topics can really help, I think, pull people into the climate discussion.
Aisha, Vindra?
Yeah, I would also like to offer an alternative perspective. So, I call myself a storyteller, so I'll tell you an anecdote. My community in northern Pakistan has experienced massive floods just this past month, and 33 million people are displaced. In rural communities, we don't have words for carbon emissions. We don't have words for, forget about solar energy and renewable energy. That's not something that's spoken about. What we understand is agriculture. What we understand is the pathways of the river. And we understand that in order to maintain a healthy lifestyle, we have to take care of it. And sometimes in such technical discussions of business and carbon, rural and indigenous people get left behind. And I think the world tends to speak the language of dollars, because in these products you can actually commodify and you can put value on. What the world does not seem to speak about is the value of protecting and keeping nature alive. So in order to meet people or even climate education for communities like that, it is as much spiritual and innate as it is technical. When you consider the river your relative, when you consider the soil your relative, there is a different relationship that you have. When you work with the land, and not only does it feed you, but you take care of it, and this also extends to crops and animals. We are physically enduring the effects of climate change to the extent that visibly our cattle are dying, visibly our sheep are dying. Our houses do not maintain their structures anymore because it's getting hotter, so we're watching them fall apart. Flooding is so bad that we're seeing health crises. And in the country, there is such a lack of climate education. We have our first environmental minister, and even her climate education is not as robust as people in the global north. So and that also has to do with like the audiences that the global south seems to be talking to. In order to convince the global north that they have to care about our protection, our land, and the things that have sustained us, we end up having to talk their language. We end up having to change everything to carbon emissions and solar panels and this energy and that energy. My request is for people to meet us halfway and learn our language as well, so we can communicate and we can exchange knowledge from each other.
Thank you, Icha. Vindra, anything you want to add?
I'd like to add on to what she just said, because most recently my organization was actually working in Pakistan, and I wish I could show pictures, but we had, the flood. There was actually the flood, and my team had to go on the ground, to help people living in these rural communities that had no homes or whatsoever, and the flood had to take the wooden homes that they had built, for themselves, and these refugees and migrants who had to travel and now losing their home and becoming displaced, losing members of their families. I think that for us to be able to, just like she said, for us to be able to meet up to meet people who are not having the same understanding of the technical knowledge that we who are educated that we probably have. I think the way to do that is actually building this emotional engagement. And emotional engagement, one of the ways to do that is actually not to tell the negative sides of climate change only, but also to build the excitement within, build excitement on how climate change can actually be, what's the word now? Basically, building, I don't know if you all understand me, but building that excitement, building engagements with the audience, and making sure that people can see reasons why climate action is necessary within communities, rather than just talking about only the negative effects of climate change. It is important, of course, that we see negative effects of climate change often in our communities. We see it in our daily lives, but if we can change the narrative sometimes and, switch that, reverse engineer, switch that, and talk about more about the excitement. What is the importance? Why people need to actually get involved? Why young people need to get involved in climate action? I think that's going to be very important. That's just something I wanted to add.
I think I want to adding into what all of you've mentioned. I think I'm going to change a little bit my second question, because this is it's really got me thinking on. Okay, so we are communicating to the population about the climate crisis, the issues that, why is it affecting them, why is it important for them to care about it, how is it affecting their health, their families, their communities. But there is only so far that we can reach with our content and what we produce. So let's say if you prepare an article, or if you write a story about it, or if you publish it on social media or in traditional media, how far can it really go that people will learn about these stories? Mm-hmm. So what are really the alternatives that we could have in order to reach other audiences, those who might not even be interested in the internet or have any access to internet, or those who have it but are not interested to look in social media or to in traditional media? How do we reach out to them? How do we get to that doorstep and knock on the doors of those who don't really are not aware of this? Anyone wants to say it?
I think I can. Okay. Go for it. Okay. Just to add just what you're saying there, it's very important for young people to know that storytelling, like she said, it's an important tool to, effectively communicate to people who are not in the same level as us, just like we were all talking about here. Just like marketing, right? People who have to market something, they have to build attraction. And once you build attraction, you are able to, once people get to that step, that doorstep, you can hold a conversation with them. And once you've hold a conversation with them, you can get them involved and get them eventually engaged. And what you really want to do, in my opinion, is, you don't want to pull people towards climate change action just because we want to create climate change awareness. That's not just it. We just don't want to only create awareness. We want to translate those awareness into actions with young people, mobilizing young people to be able to work and do the groundwork that affects each and every one of us. So in my opinion, I think it's if we use a marketing strategy of building attraction and then now going down into emotional engagement and getting the young people involved, I think day-to-day activities with climate awareness and so on and so forth, it's gonna take a huge ton. That's just what I wanted to say. Yeah.
I can go next, and sorry, if I can pass this here. Yeah.
You could choose to share that one, and you guys should.
Good catch. But I do think that I don't want to say that if I for example, I'm releasing something like an article, for example, I have a set audience in mind, and I think for me, if I am releasing content, if I'm doing work, I don't want it with the assumption that this is for every single human being on the planet, because that's just not effective in my mind, and that we all four of us here and everybody in this room and everybody on this Zoom or whoever's watching online has different audiences that they can speak to. Everybody here is an expert in a different subset of people. And I think very deeply about who I'm speaking with. And when I intersect, I don't work, Aisha and Martina and I have worked together on different instances when we have those intersections. And I think being able to be creating content in a way that's authentically working towards the community that you're working in, as well as the audience that you're developing, is really important here. But when Aisha and I work together, we can strategize a little bit more in terms of these are the larger audience, this is what we want to do. But I do think that in terms of the work that I do at TED, this is something that we're constantly thinking about in terms of who is actively being able to communicate this either specific solution, this specific community, being able to find a wide variety of people and trying out different tactics. I don't think that there's no one-size-fits-all solution here. There's no one person who's going to get every single person on the planet and mobilize everybody towards climate action. In reality, what this takes is all of us working together. And this isn't just the 5 of us here. This isn't just the people in this room. This isn't just the people watching us today. This is everybody. And I think where I start thinking about this is having a really honest reflection with yourself in terms of where are your strengths? How do you communicate? Who are you in communication with? And when I'm doing my work at TED, that's what I'm thinking about in terms of I'm specifically looking, it's not that specific, but young people who are doing great work. But how we define that, how we move forward is I want to be able to curate a list of people who actively can speak to a wide range of people. But one speaker that we may have isn't going to cater to everybody in the room. So I think being able to find individual people or individual profiles of people who are doing great, phenomenal work to be able to create a larger narrative is, to me, the most effective way to do this. But yeah, because Aisha, I have not talked to you about this in person yet, but several of my friends have reached out. This is more anecdotal. Aisha has been doing a lot of great work in terms of just elevating different voices, giving a lot of information about what's going on with the crisis in Pakistan right now. And several of my friends who are not climate focused, this is anecdotal, but have told me, who is this? I'm gonna follow this account. Really effective communication. And this, several people made this comment to me. And I am not the person who they're asking about Pakistan, but Aisha is somebody that they can use as a resource. And if I, as a person here, can refer them to Aisha, I can post something about it. I trust Aisha way more than I trust myself to articulate what's going on in Pakistan. So I think also just knowing your boundaries and what you can actually speak to is really important here as well.
I want to build on that and fully agree that we need to leverage the local experts, the local voices, the local activists. And the exciting thing is that there are more and more voices from the global south becoming louder, becoming stronger. If you look at the youth movement, it's no longer just Greta out there. It's Vanessa Nakate from Uganda. It's Elizabeth Watuti from Kenya. It's Gia Bastida from Mexico. It's young activists from India, from Pakistan. And that is so much needed and so great. And that is happening at the same time as climate disasters are growing, are becoming more intense, are becoming visible to everyone, everywhere. The disaster in Pakistan, the drought in Somalia, it's hitting everywhere in the global north as well. So coupled with that, I think it's an opportunity to really take the message much farther, much wider, and through those local voices that can bring the authenticity to the issue and to their communities. So thanks for all your work on that.
So the question was, what non-conventional ways can we use to teach climate education? And I'm going to refer back to how I was taught. I've been really lucky, really lucky in the way that I've been taught my relationship to the earth. I've been taught it through nursery rhymes, to anecdotes when I was a little girl, to when in my community, children are involved in everything. We bring them with us when we're out in the fields or when we're going to work. So my grandmother is a teacher, and she brought me with her everywhere, in a classroom, etc. And that's actually our method of teaching. It is not as much as, here, sit in this classroom and read all of these words and learn. It's actually through these innuendos, it's through rhymes. From a very, very young age, I understood that the earth is a living being. And the way that I was taught that was, I was told that you have to be careful with how much pressure you put on the ground when you're running or when you're angry, because the ground knows. And it also knows, the earth knows when you're about to commit an atrocity on it. So you have to be careful. And that has completely determined why I am involved in this movement to begin with. It feels personal. And I think in order for people to get more involved in the climate, and in order for us to have non-conventional ways to teach it, we have to make it part of our culture. We have to make our relationship with the earth part of our culture. And then on the other opposite end, there is absolutely space and need for hope, but we also need to really understand what is at stake. When we say extinction, that is not a light word. That means generations of your family that came before you, every photograph that was taken, every piece of pen, every letter, every piece of clothing that was worn from people before you that was passed on to you. There will be nobody on the other end to receive all those gifts. That's what is at stake. What else is at stake is we as humanity, we're a beautiful miracle of a species. We've created so much, from this building to books to stories to you name it. That is at stake. If there is nobody on the alternative side, if there's nobody on the other side to witness that, what was all of this for? And in order for us to really mobilize, we've got to love ourselves. And I think there's a lack of us loving ourselves. Do we love ourselves enough to keep ourselves alive? Because we as a species are hurting ourselves. It's not even an extinction, it's an extermination, and it's active. And that is something that also needs to be understood at a spiritual and emotional level, because the numbers and the data and the technology, that is absolutely important, and that's where Shiv comes in, and that's where you come in, and you can talk business models. But as much as we need that, we also need to touch the hearts of people. So yeah, that's my answer.
Thank you everybody for your interventions. I want to make it a little bit more interactive with the audience online and with those here in person. So we're gonna play a little game. I'm gonna say a sentence, I'm gonna make a statement, and you're gonna give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down, meaning you agree with what I've said or you disagree with what I've said. And for those online, just write on the chat box if you disagree or agree with that statement that I'm going to make. So everyone here ready for that? So you have to give me your thumbs up, thumbs down, right? Okay, good. Perfect. So the statement is, prioritizing climate change stories is distracting people about other critical issues. Disagree? Anyone agrees? So we can give the mic to? We wanna hear. Okay, so how about, so I'm gonna be playing devil's advocate here. So if we talk about wars and civil wars and security, peace and security issues that be happening in the countries, when for instance, when, in my country, I'm from Colombia, and we went through a 60-year war in our country with a guerrilla group that, has killed thousands of people, and that had also, kidnapped many of family members and people that are close to us. And it was an issue that, was very close to us as Latin Americans, as Colombians. And when there was so much attention about a certain issue that was not related to that particular, peace or war situation, many people felt that other issues were given more priority on what the most important issue was happening in the country, that was, saving the lives of those who were involved in this, war. So why do you feel that perhaps, when we prioritize climate change stories over other kind of stories, why do you think that that's really not the case? That is not really distracting us from, from civil wars or from, for hunger or famine. How do you see that, being played out when it comes to communicating about issues? Anyone wants to say something?
I can go first. It's a difficult one, but I think, everything's interrelated, right? If we're talking about climate, we also talking about conflict in many cases. Climate can fuel conflict, be it over resources, over water, over land. And many conflicts are also fueled by fossil fuels. I'm using the same word twice, but they are paid for, let's be honest, often by fossil fuel money. So there's such close relations between the fossil fuel industry, wars, conflict, displacement, issues of resource scarcity, food security. I mean, the impacts we're seeing of the war in Ukraine on the availability of grains, of wheat, of fertilizer around the world, the food crisis it's caused, it's all interrelated. So we can't say, let's not talk about climate, we have to talk about war. It's all part of the international setting we're in right now.
So how do you make a decision if, for instance, you have two stories ready to go, and one story might be more, trending than the other one? How do you make that decision on, okay, can we put them both at the same time, or can we just prioritize one first before the other one? I'm trying to trigger you a bit more on what this.
I think we need to merge them. And not just that, I think there's been a purposeful lack of tying the links between war and displacement and economic fallout to climate. So again, from my perspective, the part of the world that I come from is, since 2001 to now, has faced multiple drone attacks from the United States. For what? Fossil fuel. In Iraq, Iran, and Afghanistan, the Middle East, the area of the world that has literally fueled the rest of the world, that is enduring the effects of war, displacement, suffering of millions, we are also facing the worst effects of climate change. And nobody seems to be listening to the stories of our children, which is so, from the outside, I kind of want to dive deeper into that, because we can sit here and talk about climate anxiety, we can talk about the future. In that part of the world, not only have skies turned gray and the water's flooded and the air is polluted, we're also being killed because of people wanting to have access to resources like fossil fuel and minerals. And it's very much part of our reality. The fact that this is not connected is intentional. It's not a coincidence. It's not like these two stories are sitting there and you have to choose. It's actually purposely separated. Because if people understand that the reason why their countries were bombed and millions were dead and there have been heads chopped off for this resource that is now causing climate change that then 15 years later causes your home to flood, they would mobilize en masse. But we can't have that mobilization without actually putting the global north on a pedestal and accountability.
So just back to you on that answer on merging stories. So if we talk about practical ways, let's say you work in a news, in a TV network, and you're supposed to write articles about particular issues. So how do you really engage being able to merge these two stories at one when there might be, very big difference when it comes to, for instance, reporting on, a word that's happening in Eritrea to an issue of, of what you've mentioned, the floodings in Pakistan. So what in practical ways you mean by merging stories?
Yeah.
I think hearing this, my mind goes, is this on? Hello? Okay. Hello? Is on?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, this one's definitely on.
Is on.
Okay, I'll just hold on to this. So my mind automatically goes to this research that John Marshall at the Potential Energy Coalition did, which is that we need to be explicit about who's responsible here, and it's not unpopular. It's deeply popular, actually. And the Potential Energy Coalition does a lot of work on research on climate communications specifically. And one of the findings that he had was directly naming the responsibility of fossil fuel companies and actually explicitly saying it is deeply popular because people understand that if you actually place the responsibility, then people will respond to it. And he has shown that that is one of, if not the most effective ways to actually talk about climate change. And highly recommend checking out that research that John Marshall does, Potential Energy Coalition, once again. And when we talk about like that story, for example, that who is actively responsible and practice of good journalism is actually telling the truth. And we need to be able to not skirt the responsibility when we so certainly know that fossil fuel companies, their money, their investment, their actions go towards it. So I also would add that as we're looking towards the future, what are the conflicts that are coming up in the future? If there are water shortages that are happening across the world. There are going to be wars are going to be fought over the future of water and these precious natural resources. There are issues that, for example, like we also had in New York City, like 13 people died because of a hurricane. There are massive floods that are happening in Pakistan across the world. These issues are connected to the climate crisis, and it is a deeply popular sentiment to actually name who is responsible. Because at the end of the day, when we're talking about people in Pakistan, these individual people are not responsible for their homes being destroyed, for their lives being lost of their family members. Who is actively responsible? And having that conversation and being honest and transparent is deeply popular. And we need to be able to have, one, the courage to do it, and two, instilling the practice within our respective industries, and specifically for journalism. There's been a lot of really detailed exposés in terms of how fossil fuel companies will spend money on sponsoring newsletters, for example, in terms of news all across Washington. So being able to actively within your industry start holding by explicit account who this is, you're merging the story, but you're also naming it, connecting it back to the science, connecting it back to the climate crisis, and the accountability there. That accountability metric is directly confronted.
Before I hand it over to you, Vindra, maybe anyone on the audience would want to say something about what we just discussed on that particular statement that I made on the prioritizing climate change over other issues. Anyone wants to say? Okay. In the back, yeah.
Hi, thank you all so much for those answers. This is like kind of another devil's advocate. Like if someone were to ask you like more of a chicken and the egg situation, because some people would say it's capitalism that's fueling like fossil fuels and like those sorts of things versus racism versus climate change. Like how do you answer that when someone says like what's underlying it, what comes first? I think like we all know that they're all interconnected. But how would you even respond to that? I'm thinking when people like ask me, how would I respond to that? Like, give me a better argument.
and thank you for your question. Like, I like when we triggered audiences to, kind of debate on this. So, and maybe you want to say something?
Yeah, I was just, is it good? I just add on to what she said and what everyone here is saying, which is very important. There's actually like a connection, right, with climate change and all the other SDGs, like as to hunger and poverty and gender equality, there's gender inequality, there's that connection. I actually see that all the time. When I was doing my master's, for example, I had to travel to the Niger Delta, and I'd never been there. That's actually where I come from. I'm from Niger Delta, Nigeria, and I'd never been there. I've just read things about climate change, and I was going there to do research on the effects of climate change in the rural communities. And I was talking about multinationals and all of that. And when I was doing my research, funny enough, when I got there, I was, trying to differentiate, because I'd already written my objectives, what I needed to, these are the objectives I needed to find answers to. But when I got to the field, it was quite different, because I saw the effects of climate change. I could see it, I could feel it, I could see it, I was living in it. And I saw that happening within the communities that I had to visit in that area. And all the objectives that I had written down were of no use anymore, because I had to now change things. I had to change how people were responding to the issues that were on ground, and how to actually intersect that with whatever I was going there to study. So I think that there's a connection. Sometimes even when you're just reading through, like she said, sometimes you can see that people deliberately, or there's a deliberate whatnot. There's a deliberate reason why there's a separation between all the other SDGs. But I honestly think that if we move towards the future, it is very important that we're able to connect those together. I think that's just what I would like to add.
Is it okay if I answer their question? I think I would answer what you were saying with the social hierarchies exist in our world, right? Climate change uses those social hierarchies to exacerbate the issues. So whether it is racism or capitalism or whatever, or the patriarchy, we understand that they all exist on a kind of a downward hierarchy, in the sense that in a patriarchy, the white male is on top, and then there's non-men on the bottom, and until all the way you have black women. Climate change, it comes in and looks, the hierarchy is established and it does damage, but it uses that system to do the most damage to the very bottom, because nobody cares for the people at the very bottom already. So it's not a matter of like, did the chicken come before the egg, or the egg came before the chicken? We understand these structures to have existed before the Industrial Revolution. And climate change exacerbated around the 1730s, when the Industrial Revolution and our carbon emissions expanded. But by then, we had already established a patriarchal capital system. So climate change is actually a result of our own actions. Of course it's happening. Sometimes it dawns on me why people are confused that we're in this situation. Of course we're in this situation. It adds up. It makes sense.
Thank you. I want to jump into the second statement, and I want everyone again to give me your thumbs up if you agree, thumbs down if you disagree, and I hope everyone online is writing down their answers as well on the chat box. So please pay attention to this sentence. So the most vulnerable communities are not receiving the accurate climate change education due to poor access to the internet. Do you agree? Disagree? I'm going to say it again. The most vulnerable communities are not receiving the most accurate climate change education due to poor access to the internet. Do you agree? Do you partially agree? Well, you have to give me just thumbs up, down. I know maybe many of you might, kind of both ways, but give me agree or disagree. Okay, I see some agree and some disagree. Okay, how about here? Everyone agrees? Okay, middle? No, you have to give me up or down. You can't leave middle. Okay, agree. All right, so how about we take someone from the audience who is agree? Maybe the gentleman on the front in the black sweater. Want to hear the disagree version?
Thank you. Yeah, I have a very unpopular opinion. So I originally come from Kazakhstan, a former Soviet Union country. And the thing that I'm doing is that I'm raising climate awareness, among my conservative community, as to say. And so, we understand that internet is very important, that, a lot of us have gadgets and like smartphones, but sometimes it seems like, not everybody is receiving, information just from the internet, because like if we kind of like mobilize certain, people and then groups of people and then kind of like in schools, for example, if we teach climate education, or in some other different places, if we teach climate education where, we can have a much more impact where people are really involved, I think that is very important too. And because like, I'm not saying that just from the internet, but like there are some ways like physical presence that some people prefer to receive information from, like, or if you go to villages, for example, rural areas, and you go there and like talk to people, then I think, that way people can perceive the importance of climate education more, rather than just seeing those videos on the internet, because they can be sad. They can feel like, oh, I feel sad, wow, this is happening, but like I don't really feel attached to, because like no one just came up to me and said like, or like showed, or like the importance of like climate action personally. So yeah, not just from the internet.
Thanks for your answer.
Yeah.
So back to the panelists on maybe I'll give Martina, you want to
Just a really quick remark. That's why my thumb was like moving up and down, because I agree the internet is not everything, and there's tons of misinformation circulating on the internet. It spreads like wildfire. Social media is a incubator for misinformation. So the internet has its dangers as well. And as Aisha has so eloquently explained, education is also passed down through generations and other ways of. But yeah, I'll stop here.
I see a gentleman with a hand up really wants to speak, so I'll give you the floor before I go back.
So thank you. No, 75% of those people that are affected actually cannot speak English, the language of climate change, the negotiations of climate change. Secondly, the digital divide. So the stories are interpreted. There are what is called consolidators, people that talk about the people in crisis. But, we have 32 offices around the world, but many of those people that talk about this crisis, we don't actually see them in the location. So we see them during talks in the UN. I mean, because we've been attending, but we actually don't see them on the ground or in meetings that are not UN related. So sometimes those stories are not told because the language is not the same as the language of English, if you want to call it, or the language of the digital. And so I think sometimes that wastes the priorities of that 75% to those that interpret it as critical.
Thank you. Over back to the panelists who want to respond.
Yeah, so first, with that language barrier access, language barrier point, very important here. Like when we're talking about climate science, like doing it in just English, doing it in just a few additional languages is not incredibly helpful, like in terms of reaching this global audience. And I want to uplift somebody who I know does work on this, like very specifically, Sophia Kiani, who is also a U.S. Youth Envoy to the UN as well, representing the U.S., running an organization called Climate Cardinals, where she is exactly answering this question in terms of climate information is not accessible. And it's not accessible not just because of language, but she's working to translate like climate resources into as many different languages as possible. And to me, that is such an important thing that somebody needs to be doing. And I'm glad that Sophia is the one doing it. But outside of that, language access is one. There are so many, like the question that you asked, the reason I also was going like that is, I feel like it needs to be pulled into two separate fragments, because I don't think anybody would go thumbs down in terms of those who are the most vulnerable to climate change don't have access to this information. And that is by design. That is structurally why that's happening. But I don't think access to the internet is the sole reason, as some of you have said. Like, yes, the internet's great. We do a lot of work with the internet as well, and it is a incredibly, deeply valuable resource. But Aisha articulated it really clearly, and I think that when we're moving forward in terms of a larger climate discussion, we need to be actively engaging those in specific areas, and we can't bring them to like New York City. There's no utility in that either sometimes. Being able to actively meet people where they are, being able to provide resources to expand the message to a larger audience does not require them to be in New York City. And it's great, but we can do a lot more here. But I do think that I really appreciate the point that you made with the language access, because I think it articulates so many different barriers. And for us, we actively need to be thinking about this in terms of, is our language accessible? Not only in terms of like specific like English, Spanish, Arabic, like that part, but like also the way we're talking, like what verbiage, what jargon are we using? I think sometimes when I'm in climate spaces, like I kind of get tunnel vision sometimes, where like I start referring to hyper-specific climate terms, and I go outside and I start talking to some of my friends or my family, and then I start referencing terms like, what on earth is net zero? And I'm like, let's sit down, let's have a chat. But explaining it in that type of way, and also being able to make your language more accessible just in terms of how you're talking about these things, is also really important. And I think accessibility is such a large concept, and there are so many different avenues within it. But I do think that the onus is on all of us to be able to think about how we make this as accessible as possible.
Do you want to say something?
Okay, I can just add something. I think it's really about, hello? Okay. I think it's really about, commitment as young people, really going down, like everyone here is saying, on the ground and doing the work. One of the, Dean Ross is the U.S. Secretary of State, former Secretary of State during the Jeff Kennedy era. He said, there's a quote that I actually picked when I was, it's a quote that I personally like. It says the best way to actually get people to talk to someone is to listen to them, and listening to their heart, and listening to the environment through which they live in. For instance, if you are thinking about people in Africa, or people people living in communities where they've never even seen television, those things still happen, right? Those kind of situations still happen. It still exists, and it sounds funny, but it is true that people do not have access to this digital, world. I think for me, my take with this answer would be actually going on ground as young people, commitment, like we commit into this efforts to, changing the narrative. And I think that it's not really about accessibility only to the internet, but also personal, besides just personal commitment, it's how we communicate, how we reach out to these people, how we connect with them, and how we actually, make them see our own sides of the story, and also see their sides of the story. Like he was talking about people who have no access. I think we were talking about that earlier on upstairs, that collaborations is very hard for me because I live in Bolivia, and it's very hard to connect with other young activists who do the same kind of work that I do, right? Because we cannot even understand each other in the first place. Sometimes I have to force my ears to listen to them, and then some, and then as time goes on, I got a translator who's helping me with Spanish and so on and so forth. But I realized it's not the same, when I still go down to the communities, there's a level of way they communicate to their people that the people understand them. When I use my technical language, even my translator does not understand what I'm saying. Like she's like, say that again, she's trying to get the technical words that I'm using, not because she's not knowledgeable enough, but because Spanish or the other communities have the ways through which they actually communicate to these people. So I think it's really listening to the environment, listening to the thoughts of the people, and listening even to the hearts of those people and what they really want. That's just my take. Yeah.
Yeah, I want you to hold those answers yet, because I think that triggers into my third statement, and we've really I think that sometimes, when we try to communicate about climate, things get lost in translation, especially for, to non-English speaking communities. And it happens to me as well, because my first language is Spanish, and to communicate certain things to my parents on information on climate change, which is most widely, shared on English or French, it's much more difficult for me to put it into words for them, just because they're used to a different environment, and they just, it's not that they have not been exposed to certain things, so for them might not be something that they can prioritize. And I want to say the third statement, and I want you again to give me your thumbs up or your thumbs down, and not middle, please, not middle. So my third statement is, the current climate change stories out there, the current climate change stories are very general and are not customized to the audiences that they are supposed to reach. What do you think of this? Up or down? I'll say it again. The current climate change stories are very general and are not customized to the audiences that they are supposed to reach. You think they're too general? You think not? What do you think? Okay. I see down, I see up. Okay. Okay. All right. So over to you guys that have it up.
I think this is something we struggle with, at the UN. As we have to communicate to the entire globe, right? And here at headquarters, our communications is often quite general because that's what we do. We get out the science, we get out the solutions, we call for solidarity. And by the way, we have content in 13 languages, explainer content that explains the causes of climate change, the effects of climate change. So it's a start. There are many more languages out there, and our field offices hopefully take it further. But we are also trying to highlight stories of individuals that have made a difference, or of individuals that are affected, because that's what will speak to the hearts and minds of people on the ground. And we're lucky to have offices around the country that can feed us these stories that we can then give prominence on global platforms. So I only sort of have also agree with this one, but I gave it a thumbs up. But because often it is too general. But then again, there are stories like Pakistan. They are so incredibly striking and concrete.
Do you think we need to do a little better, maybe customize it even more, or do you think it's fine as it is right now?
I think more customization is always good.
Okay, thanks. I saw some hands down. Over to the audience, those who give me a thumbs down.
So I think the point was made a little bit earlier, but I just want to come back to it. In terms of the conversation that's happening now, I think there are some assumptions that are being made about the communities on the ground and their need to receive information. Right? I'm here from the Philippines, and we are no strangers to the climate crisis. This November, we're celebrating the 10th anniversary of the strongest typhoon that has ever made landfall in history. I mean, tens of thousands of people died and millions of people were displaced. But if you go to the communities where we work and you ask people about the climate crisis, they might not have the words or the language to talk about it in the way that we understand here, but they understand what's going on. They understand it and feel it at a visceral level. So I don't think it's so much a question of wanting to push information, but how to bring to the surface this awareness that already exists, and on top of that, amplify the voices of projects and communities and groups that are already doing their part to solve this at the local level.
Thank you. Thank you for your intervention. I think it's very on point, and I'm glad that the audience is so engaged in this conversation, because this is the whole point of it, to bring in all of these perspectives and to hear from you on these particular issues. Anyone wants to add anything?
I couldn't agree more with that. I think one really heartbreaking question that was asked of me at COP was actually, somebody said, how do we go to rural communities and teach them about climate change? And I wanted to tell them, go to the rural communities and they will show you where climate change is happening. Because it is again really odd that the pioneers of even the climate movement are those who have not experienced it. And you started with that statement, that the people who are writing the science, the people who are making the reports, even the UN officials, you have not lived through the consequences. And that is not to say that you should, but when in human history has a movement been led by people who have not been affected by it and been successful? It doesn't work. If the women's rights movement was led by straight cis men, it wouldn't have worked, right? And if liberation for black and brown people, again, was led by white people, it wouldn't have worked. So why is it that we keep outsourcing our knowledge to the people who are not facing those effects, who can't tell you their stories in the language? And the other thing I want to say is, we haven't talked about the deeply colonial issue that this is when English is the language that is being spoken about to use to solve the issue that was created. I am so lucky that I speak English. I can tell you what the anecdotes that my grandparents have told me, but I also understand that when I go back home, there's so much I cannot translate in even words. We have words specifically. The same word for skin is a word for earth. The same word for lung is the same word as air. This is our language. This is how we talk to each other. I cannot translate that to English. And before I finish, with the internet, it has helped us in situations of dire necessity to get our message out really quickly. Because specifically for the issue of Pakistan, the media was not covering it. And so I turned to Twitter and I turned to Instagram, and my friends on the ground were sending me videos, and I was able to share it massively. So in that way, it has helped us. But one has to also remember, there are people still alive on this earth who are living the way of their ancestors like 1,000 years ago, and they don't have internet, and they're okay. And they understand not only climate, they understand how to regenerate the earth, give back to it. They don't just understand the issue, they know how to solve the issue. The solutions are there. So that's my answer.
Thank you, Isha. Anyone from the floor who wants to add on to any particular statement that panelists have made? The lady on the front.
I just wanted to echo what my fellow commenter in the audience was saying about, really uplifting the voices that we have on the ground, the grassroots organizations, the community leaders, the people that are being affected by this, as you all have said. And so when I think of, our climate message is too general, I think of two things. I think that, no, they're not, because there are voices out there that are talking about those specific issues that are affecting them. And two, a lot of the issues that we have are oftentimes shared. The floods that people have experienced can be found here in the US and across, in Africa and Uganda, like in these other places. I was just at the 40th anniversary for Warren County and the EJ protests that happened there, and the toxins that were dumped in those in that community, and I was able to connect it to the work that I was doing the year prior with Bristol, Virginia, and the landfills that were there and the toxins in the air that were polluting children's lungs. It's all connected, it's all interconnected, and we just need to uplift those voices that are sharing the messages, that are being specific, and as you all said, uplifting those messages that are connecting the individual experience to the overall experience that we all are suffering from in the climate crisis.
Thank you.
Also, my name's Ren.
Back to our panelists for...
Yeah, I want to respond to that point, because I think that's I think the way you phrased it was really well done. And I think I kind of want to connect it a little bit more to like the larger issue at hand, which is when we look at the media, when we look at people who are being elevated, I think sometimes something that I notice is we kind of always go as a society to like the same like 3 to 4 people. And these are 3 to 4 stories that are just constantly being uplifted, versus when we're talking, in the audience right here, like we have people across the world. We have people who have several different personal experiences and stories, even right here, 4 people, 4 completely different profiles. And what happens is, if we look at, for years when people talked about youth activism, it was synonymous with the name Greta Thunberg. And Greta Thunberg did not invent youth activism. She did not invent climate activism. She'd be the first one to tell you that herself. And that is really dangerous, because that synonymizes across the world that all experiences are the same as hers. And if we're here having a conversation specifically about climate communications, that requires all of us to be actively working towards that goal as a mission, not highlighting or going back to the same 1 to 2 people, but actively searching and being in touch and building that network of all of us, of people across the world doing different work, the grassroots organizers, the grassroots organizations, and finding within your work ways to elevate. So just connecting it back to my work at TED, that's actively what we're trying to do. Actively trying to find people who are doing things across the world in very different ways. So I think the responsibility is placed on all of us to do that if we're having a conversation as like an industry-wide thing, because it's something that I'm sure all of you have seen it. You guys are all in this work doing it. We can't look at we can't say the word youth activist and the only thing that comes out of our mouth is Greta Thunberg, because that's not fair to everybody else who's doing such phenomenal work. Yeah.
Anyone else from the audience who wants to make any comment? Okay. I'll see the lady with the red.
Hello, I am a climate leader from Brazil, and I think this is the first time that I'm hearing us speaking more about emotions than about emissions, which makes me really glad. And if the language of climate change is now English, I think the climate conversation is talking more about love. So I will give you the chance to speak a little bit more about love, because I think this is what will make us to leave this room feeling more hopeful and feeling that this challenge ahead of us, we can solve it.
Thank you. Anyone else? I saw some other hands.
All right, thank you. So when you look at the actions of the United Nations, the communication, all the languages that you have, I speak 4 out of 6. So I'm very fortunate to be able to understand most of what's been told about. I think we should not forget about the way we present ourselves well. The great example that you just brought up is how do we communicate, how do we build relationships. Your great example, you were in Patagonia. So Patagonia, the founder, Yvon Chouinard, just gave away his whole company to a trust to ensure that, we are building on sustainable development goals and contributing to that change. And that's another way where we communicate. When you see people wearing traditional dresses, when you see people wearing things like that are conscious, that are sustainable, that's another level that we can connect to people. If we go to farms, I know our Prime Minister from Belgium, he would lose up his suit jacket, or he would, remove his tie, because that's the way he's able to build those communication, not just by language, but the first thing people see is the way you present yourself. And I think some people have highlighted previously people wearing, Gucci loafers or ties, and that's diplomacy. We need that, multilateral stakeholderism. But we also should not forget that the way we present, the way we dress, also impacts people that do not have access to where we are today. Thank you.
I saw another hand in the back for a final comment.
Thanks everyone for everything you've offered today. I think I'm a recent storyteller, and one of the challenges that I've seen, especially with media companies, is I think I have to be really careful of this too, because I grew up here in New York with a lot of different types of privilege, but applying filters to stories when you're uplifting work from across the world, right? And one recent thing that I've learned about is this concept of citizen journalism. So literally just giving the microphone to someone else and letting them tell their own story in their own words, rather than someone like me saying, oh, I heard what you said and here's what I heard. So I'm curious if you have some examples of platforms like that I can learn from. I think TED is a great example where you're just showing a video of someone telling their story, but that's something I know I need to work on, so I'd be curious from your perspectives.
Any specific example or recommendation, Martina?
Well, I'll try to respond to all 3 comments in one. On the last one, I think it's a question of balancing authoritative content and authentic content. So we need both. I think we need the science. We need we need the IPCC reports and findings to go out there and to be known, because that's the science. We're talking about limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees. Or else we're going to see many more floods. We're going to see many more droughts. The world is going to become unlivable. At the same time, we need those voices from the ground, and we've created actually a series at the UN called Voices of Change, where we do try to elevate those voices from the ground. You can check it out on our website. But it is still very much, it's as the other person in the audience said, it's about emotions, but it's also about emissions. It still is very much about emissions. Let's not forget that, because we are at 1.2 degrees of warming, and we're headed towards 3 degrees. And the disasters we're seeing today are happening at 1.2. So this focus still has to be on cutting emissions. It still has to be on the rich countries taking the action they need, and talking about the major economies, the G20, that produce 80% of the greenhouse gas emissions, that need to move away from fossil fuels and cut the emissions. That's the core of the problem. The other side of the coin, though, is the financial support needed to help the affected communities to deal with the impacts. They are the ones being hit. They are the ones suffering the consequences for a problem they did not cause. And the good news here is, I think, that this topic of adaptation, loss and damage, all those issues are coming up so strongly at the UN. You will see them very, very prominently at the COP27. You saw them very prominently this week. If you heard the Secretary General's speech on Tuesday, and again yesterday on this topic, he made a very, very strong appeal for solidarity, for putting aside the geopolitical divisions, and to come together to provide the support that is needed to the global south.
Thank you, Martina. I wanted to give you a few seconds to give me a kind of a wrap-up message based on what we heard from the audience, what we discussed here. If you could give me, a few words of what you're taking out of this conversation, and what you think would be a kind of a call to action for us that we've been part of this discussion today. Maybe we'll start with you, Vinter.
Okay. I think I'll just leave everyone here with 4 important points, which was something I actually started with. I think for us to be able to effectively communicate to people who are not in the same level as we are, the 4 point will be, the first one is to build attraction. In my own study, build attraction. Once you attract the people, once they meet you at the doorstep, that way you can continue a conversation. And then the second point would be relation building. Building excitement, making sure that the story you're telling is not only the sad part or the effects of climate change, but also how we can change that, reverse engineer. I don't want to take more time. The third one will be emotional engagement, which is engaging with the people who are on ground and the people who are also experts. And then the fourth one is authenticity and originality. Your story has to be original. Once you tell that original story, in my opinion, it sticks in the minds of people, because people can identify you with that story. So those are just the 4 points I wanted to leave everyone with. And there's a quote here I wrote. It says, the best way to persuade people, which I said before, is to listen with your ears and listening to the environment. Thank you.
Isha, you want to do the second?
Sure. Earlier somebody asked about love, and I think that I want that to be my ending remark. For me, my world, my entire world, is my community, my family, a few places, and the people I call home. And the reason why they are my world is because even if one part of that world is destroyed, or even one individual or one place is lost, my whole world ends. And right now, as we sit here, worlds are ending for people. And the way that we can accelerate and mobilize and get these stories not only just heard, but get you out of your seat to do something about it, is indeed love, is indeed commitment to those people and those communities. And everything I do is for my world, my little corner of the world. And on a larger scale, I think, I forget which philosopher said this, but we actually are very much a little speck in a grander scheme of things. And I said this earlier, we are a miracle. And it's quite beautiful that we even exist. And we have to take another stab at existence. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Shiv.
First, Aisha, everything you said, I hope you guys all got that written down. So I think that's perfect, and like everything that she said captured it. I would say from my end, I just like thinking practically for like next steps for people leaving today. Something that I would do and something that I highly recommend is just being honest with yourself, taking an inventory of the work that you do, the people that you're with, the communities that you live in, and the stories. Why, like, you are all here for a reason today. Like, literally ask yourself, like, why are you here? You've been listening to us talk for an hour and a half. You do that because you care. You do that because you have a story, you have a reason you're here. And I think being able to be really clear with what your personal story is I think the first step. And then from there, seeing avenues and abilities that you have either to uplift other voices, or if your voice is one that's missing from the conversation, being able to have that courage to take the next step and raise your voice. If you want, like, it connects with me afterwards if you are interested, because I'm always looking at people to talk to. But that's very hard plug for me. But like, if your voice needs to be uplifted, like, let's start doing that. Like, how can we tell more stories? And I think that is a question that we should all constantly be thinking about. If you are meeting people, like, being able to actively move forward and bring this conversation together. Have conversations with your family. Have conversations with your friends. Every single time you're speaking to somebody, think about the audience that you're speaking to and what actively motivates them, what actively drives them. How can you connect from human being to human being? And yes, the science is very, very important, and the science can be brought in, but you start from that human connection. You start from that moment of having a really vulnerable conversation. Vulnerability is a key part of this, and being honest with yourselves. Like, the reason I do this work is really different than all of you, and there may be some similar points, but we find those similarities and differences and the beauty within both of that. So being honest, being transparent, being vulnerable, and connecting that conversation, having those human connections, that human experience, is so, so important. And actively doing that work. This is not something that can be done passively. This is something that you need to be constantly thinking about, constantly moving towards, because at the end of the day, we're on a timeline. We are not doing this just like in a vacuum. We're not doing this because we're bored and we all have nothing better to do. We are doing this because we have a deep commitment to the planet. We're doing this because we have a deep commitment to our families, our communities, our loved ones, and a commitment to ourselves to live in a better world, to be part of a better world. So this is a lot of work, but it's intentional work that we all have to be doing. And if you have the resources to be able to actively move this forward in whatever capacity, whatever industry, whatever space you're in, continuing to do that.
Thank you, Shiv. Over to you, Martina.
Well, I don't have much to add, but it's been incredibly inspiring, really, with the speakers, the audience. This has been great, and I think, as you said, the ultimate goal is to mobilize action. That's why we communicate about climate change, is to drive the change we need to see at every level, and whatever you can do in your area, to drive that change, to speak to your audiences, to listen and elevate those stories, to really help us usher in, those massive transformations that we need to see if we want to preserve this planet. So thank you all for a great conversation.
Thank you, Martina. Thank you to all the panelists. One last activity before we close up. Unfortunately, we don't have much time left. But give me your thumbs up if you will continue sharing the stories of climate change, of the climate crisis, to the people around you and to those beyond. And thank you very much for coming into this conversation. And please follow all there will be more conversations coming through the next few days in the Holistic Climate Solutions Summit. Thank you.